Chapter 281. I don't want to grow up. Every child had such a thought before. Adults wouldn't be able to understand children's words. The world in their eyes was colorful, completely different from the reality of adults. There would always be frightening demons hiding under the bed. Grandma Black would come out at night, and the story of the dragonfly and the white rabbit would continue tomorrow. If they secretly closed their eyes, the little elf living in their boots would help them finish their annoying homework, and the reward would be vegetable juice that didn't taste good at all. In their eyes, the end of the world was only a topic for adults. Tonight's lunch would be the annoying celery. Mary from next door bought yet another doll. Blackie from the blacksmith shop was really annoying and got beaten up by his father again. These important matters in the children's world were the most important topics. However, children would eventually grow up into adults. When they became parents, they would treat the love story of the grasshopper and the hamster as a joke. They would casually toss their past clay figurines and dolls into the storeroom. Childhood was often wonderful. However, people were destined to grow up. The treasures that were previously kept in boxes would eventually be viewed by themselves as trash that took up storage space. However, some people were destined to never have a childhood, such as Amelia Milan. I want a playmate. The craziest personality came from a lonely heart. When she discovered that all the adults around her were filled with filthy thoughts and desires, and that even her friends were puppets sent out by the adults to fight for benefits, the little princess sealed off her heart and refused to grow up. I refuse, I refuse, I refuse, I refuse. Amelia Milan, who hated adulthood, erected a thick wall of protection around her heart. She stubbornly lived by herself in her own fortress. If anyone insisted on getting close to her, the poisonous thorns would instantly take their life. That's right, from the very start, she was the sleeping beauty from the fairy tale, the princess who used her endless years of sleep. Everything originated from the soul. Magic was the embodiment of the soul. A child's fantasies were the cruelest and most fantastical. As the years passed, the little princess transformed into a witch and returned to the mortal world. The forest of dreams, which was like a fairy tale, became Amelia's mental world and home. However, it also revealed her true nature. By the purest of coincidences, Amelia's physical body transformed into her own fairy tale kingdom. As the creator, she had a miracle of having her wishes come true, and everything happened just like that. I want my family. Her past stubbornness caused her to loathe complex humans. Only simple plants were the closest friends that she was willing to open her heart to. Meanwhile, plants without intelligence were far too simple. Even though they were unable to communicate with each other, they were still unable to alleviate the loneliness in her heart. And so, the wood spirits were born. Men aren't to be trusted. Adults aren't to be trusted either. Men aren't to be trusted. Adults aren't to be trusted either. That was the best explanation. Plus, due to her natural talent, men's filthy desires were placed right in front of Amelia. She always felt that it would be better for men to all die. As for women, if the mask of friendliness and respect was torn off, women's jealousy would make her feel even more uneasy. What Roland had always been unable to understand was that the witch Amelia was actually quite nice to children, especially little girls. But now, it seemed that only little girls wouldn't have any evil thoughts. As for little boys, when she thought about how he would eventually grow into a stinky man like Roland, Amelia had the urge to feed him to the man-eating flower. The creator goddess was just that willful. But after she gained control of this dimension's source, she gained the ability to turn her own fantasies into reality. And so, due to Amelia's choice, the true appearance of this species became a young girl like Rosa. The gigantic plant giants and the 3-meter-tall treants were only the strengthened outer shells that they controlled. Their true bodies were hidden within the gigantic trunks. All of them were young girls. This species of young girls was unimaginable. In the future, this forest would become a holy land in the hearts of some people. When I came into contact with the lake, countless memories and fantasies surged into my mind, and a gentle voice echoed in my mind. That was the Creator's blessing for this world and its people. The gentleness and motherly nature in the voice made me instinctively feel warm and comfortable. Children, my first gift is the virtue of humility. Only with humility can you make progress. Only by understanding your own shortcomings can you make up for them one day. Children, as a reward for humility, I shall grant you the ability to learn the strengths of other life forms, as well as the ability to imitate the unique abilities of other life forms to help yourselves evolve. The light of a blessing echoed in the forest. With their mother's blessing, every single wood spirit gained the natural talent of high-speed learning. Children, my second gift is the virtue of generosity. Sweet fruits will become even sweeter after they are shared. And as a reward for learning generosity, I shall grant you the ability to connect minds. Under my protection, nobody will be able to separate you from each other. And the forest shall become your most trustworthy ally. Words were unnecessary for the wood spirits. They had inherited a portion of Amelia's communication abilities. It was enough for them to communicate with other species and plants. Children, my third gift is the virtue of purity. Pure young girls don't need to be polluted by adulthood. Pure love doesn't need to be tainted by lust. Beautiful love is the sweetest candy. And as a reward for learning chastity, I shall grant you the ability to forever maintain your childish willfulness. And, if you truly fall under the curse of love and intend to leave behind the fruit of pure love, you can also abandon your boring sexual relationships and use the unique method of the forest's descendants to give birth. This was impossible to comment on. Perhaps it was a certain someone's obsession with cleanliness. Countless books were written about the wood spirit's reproduction methods. Children, my fourth gift is the virtue of kindness. Please learn to understand the hardships and difficulties of others. Blind conflict will only bring more trouble. A peaceful attitude will allow you to become a true victor. And, as a reward for learning kindness, I shall grant you the fortune of being undying. Nobody will be able to steal your soul from me. As long as you are under my protection, death is nothing more than a short hibernation. The battle against the undead had already proven this. In this forest, they were truly undying. The mystery of the wood spirit's evolution had been revealed. The 7 virtues were the path to Amelia's soul. The blessings from the 7 virtues allowed her children to evolve to such a level in such a short period of time. But the current Amelia was only able to complete 4 blessings. She didn't have the ability to complete the remaining blessings of temperance, diligence, and patience. Otherwise, the wood spirits would have become an independent and complete species long ago. They wouldn't have to be trapped in this world. There wasn't a mother who didn't want her child to be kind and healthy. Amelia's open heart transformed into the creator goddess Amelia's greatest blessing. The wood spirits had grown to such a level according to their mother's wishes. That meant that the purpose of summoning me here was probably to instinctively ask for my help. It would seem that I'm going to suffer a huge loss this time. I gently caressed the sleeping beauty's face. Her smooth skin was abnormally soft, and there were even tears in the corners of her eyes. The usually crazy witch's gentle appearance would make anyone subconsciously want to love her. I sat down cross-legged next to her bed and closed my eyes. I also opened my heart and soul to the world around me. I learned what I could do from the fantasy I had just obtained. Now, I would continue Amelia's unfinished blessings, allowing this new species to break away from their mother's support and become truly independent in this world. In the near future, this new species would even be able to travel through all the dimensions. Temperance, diligence, patience. I'm sorry, I don't have any of those. Amelia, if you're willing, I shall use my own method to give my blessings to these children. Just spoiling your children won't do. Your method of education is obviously too extreme. Creations that are too pure will easily die young. The lake started glowing as the will of the world that was connecting to it transformed into the light of the origin of light. After I obtained the power of creation and received an answer of approval, I gave my own blessing. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a curse. The blessing of temperance. I'm sorry, I only have the curse of gluttony. But please don't overlook the benefits of eating for growth. A strong body is the cornerstone of everything. Children, when you accept my gift, you who have endless appetites shall have the right to take root in the ground and obtain the earth's milk. You shall also have the right to devour other living creatures and non-living creatures to recover from your injuries and evolve again. When the light of origin shone, the wood spirits who had taken the next step on their path of evolution all became much stronger. Numerous roots and tails appeared on their backs in preparation for taking root in the ground. Their ugly, strengthened outer shells also grew several dozen tentacles. From now on, if a wood spirit was too heavily injured, she would be able to take root in the ground and swiftly recover. As for the ability to devour other living creatures, in the near future, it would be viewed as a forbidden killing technique that could only be used to save one's life. The blessing of diligence. I only have the curse of sloth. Diligence sounds nice, but being overly eager to enter someone else's life will only cause them trouble. Don't allow others to disturb your rhythm. Be content with being lazy. You who are used to being cold don't need the approval of others. Your wills shall be as firm as a rock, and no illusions shall be able to stop you from improving yourself. Your wills shall be as firm as steel, and you shall be able to live forever just by being alone. When the light of origin shone again, the wood spirit's eyes shone with a silver light. From now on, they would become the natural enemies of illusionists and psychological abilities. Silence, fear, shock, and other such mental magic would be completely ignored by them. The blessing of patience. Of all virtues, this is the one I laugh at the most. Is mere patience even considered a virtue? What I'm gifting to you is the curse of wrath. Why do you need to be capable if you don't like it? Being capable to the unjust is just a form of indulgence. At times like this, you should viciously punch them. Accept my gift. This is the blessing of the Hound of Wrath. After the light of origin shone again, the wood spirits obtained the power to strengthen themselves through emotions. Their outer armor also grew sharp spikes for charging. From now on, the wood spirits would be able to suddenly explode with power that surpassed their normal level. Not a single living being would be willing to engage in melee combat with these seemingly weak little fellows. Right, it's time for me to give you all a name. How about we call you wood spirits? Wood as in trees, spirits as in spirits of all things. After all 7 blessings were completed and their true names were confirmed, the creation of the wood spirits was finally completed. The dream forest, which had been shining brightly just a moment ago, suddenly dimmed. It was time for her children to enter hibernation and grow up. That was why she had entered the night. Thank you, father of my species. Wait a moment. Don't call me that. Hey, don't sleep. You'll die if you speak clearly. However, I didn't receive an answer to my question. All of the wood spirits, including the 3 virtuous virtues, were suddenly wrapped up by the forest's roots and slowly dragged into the ground. The magical forest and its inhabitants entered hibernation together. The wood spirits would complete their final transformation there. As for me, my work wasn't finished yet. More accurately, the most troublesome part had only just begun. Amelia opened up her soul to allow the wood spirits to grow. However, she obviously lacked combat experience, and her own soul had entered hibernation as well. She could only allow the wood spirits to grow based on their instincts in battle. However, this was obviously rather slow, and they relied too much on their instincts in battle. If it wasn't for the fact that the wood spirits possessed undying bodies and that their enemies lacked high-level combat strength, they would have long since been defeated by the undead army. However, undying bodies didn't mean that they were invincible. There were hundreds of spells and tools in the mortal plane that specifically targeted the undead. I already saw 2 old acquaintances. Although I had always been stronger than them back in the day, they were both undead lords that had accumulated power for thousands of years. In terms of seniority, they were my seniors, and nominally, they were my collaborators. Naturally, their power levels wouldn't be weak. Plus, they knew countless undead secret techniques. Our enemies wouldn't be easy to deal with. But who was I? I was a former undead emperor. I absolutely didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could surpass me in my understanding of undead soldiers and powerful undead mags. Since Amelia had already opened up her soul to allow the wood spirits to grow, I wouldn't be stingy. Right now, all I needed to do was open up my soul and share my past combat experience through the wood spirit's mental connection. I would also give suggestions for the wood spirit's evolution, such as simply increasing their combat strength, or making targeted changes to the undead army. Although it was unrealistic for the wood spirits to evolve again in such a short period of time, there was still plenty of room for improvement in the forest's defense lines, magical plants, wood spirit strengthened shells, combat methods, and ideology. You guys are so kind. Since all the tree's roots are on your side, why don't you have any tripwires that suddenly form? Also, don't put your important facilities and residences on the ground. It's too dangerous. Be careful of large-scale magic and assassins. It's much better underground. Come, since they're undead, worship the holy light together with me. Relax, you don't need to truly believe in them. Let me teach you how to fool that divine power server. Come, first learn how to praise the holy light while cursing the god of holy light. Be careful of bone dragon's corrosive breath. That's basically the natural enemy of all plants. That's why we need to prepare a net specifically designed to capture dragons. Although they're gigantic, their control over their bodies is far weaker than a living dragon's. Their senses are ridiculously weak, so we can use traps to deal with these blind creatures. Amelia's database had far too little information on the war, but I had far more. Soon, even though they were in hibernation, the wood spirits who had obtained combat experience and information began to come up with new suggestions and plans. And so, under the cover of night, the entire forest began its own journey of evolution. It was likely that the next time the undead came here, they would receive a pleasant surprise when they saw that their enemies had completely changed. After I finished all this, I stood up and stretched my body, which was now covered in leaves and vines. Perhaps those foolish children believed that this would prevent them from catching a cold. She seemed to be having a good dream. Unknowingly, the sleeping beauty, who was still in a deep sleep, had a smile on her face. If you want to become a complete dimensional will, you'll need sufficient sacrifices and souls to replenish yourself. Is that why you're still unable to awaken? Alright, it would seem that the sacrifices will automatically come to you soon. A pitch-black army was gathering on the horizon. I estimated that when the army gathered to a certain degree, a new battle would erupt before dawn. Sleep in peace. For the sake of these little things, I'll prepare sufficient sacrifices for you. Chapter 282. The Strait of Knives was named for its long and narrow shape. The currents there were rapid and there were countless submerged reefs. Normally, however, there would be an endless stream of ships coming and going. It was quite a prosperous place. After all, this was the only way to the Bardi Empire's outer seas. It was a true golden sea. Merchants who often traveled by sea said that the Strait of Knives was also known as the Silver Strait. As long as one traveled by sea for 3 years, one's wealth would double. It was easy to imagine just how profitable this sea route was. After passing through the strait, one could head west to the Mage country to purchase all sorts of magical artifacts and materials. One could head east to the various port cities of the New Moon Empire and the Bardi Empire. One could make a huge profit just by using the sea route to transport special products from the various ports. As the Bardi Empire's situation became tense, the number of merchant ships traveling here greatly decreased. On one hand, the New Moon Empire and the Bardi Empire's various countries were now part of the Bardi Empire, so there wouldn't be much profit from traveling by sea. On the other hand, the Mage country and the Bardi Empire were currently in a tense relationship with each other. A naval war could erupt at any moment, and it would be too pitiful to become cannon fodder. But today, the gradually calming strait wasn't as quiet as it used to be. A small but significant naval battle was currently taking place. The two sides fighting had nothing to do with the owner of this sea. That's right, they weren't from the Bardi Empire, nor were they from the Mage country. The battle happening here was purely coincidental. On one side, there were 2 gigantic sea beasts. If Roland was here, he would probably recognize one of them as an old acquaintance. It was a 7-headed dragon that emitted a blue radiance from its entire body, while the other one was a ridiculously huge sea giant. Now that I mentioned this, I could probably guess that this was that persistent Lady Storm, the goddess of vengeance who was famous for holding grudges and being petty. Not only did these sea beasts bring about her hostility, they even provided her with a medium for divine power to intervene. The seven-headed dragon's heads were all roaring at the sky. Lady Storm's phantom appeared and disappeared on the largest dragon's head. She was summoning a tempest to create waves. Meanwhile, the sea giant was treading on the waves. Every time its gigantic war hammer struck the surface of the sea, a 10-meter-tall wave would violently crash towards the sea giant. Fighting against them were two gigantic warships. One of the warships was mostly constructed out of steel. Mage towers and engineered cannons were constantly firing cannons and magic. The dragon's skin around the deck was also glowing in a blue radiance. However, it seemed to be suppressing the wind and the waves. The seven dragons watched this scene with bloodshot eyes. They kept roaring, and the wind and waves were forcibly raised by 3 feet. Their frenzied appearance made it seem as if they had met the enemy who killed their parents. Alright, if one were to look into it, the two were actually related. The 9-headed dragon was an evolved version of the 7-headed dragon, and just the skin and heart of the 9-headed dragon on the Borealis seemed to confirm the grudge between the two. There weren't many top-level magical beasts of the same species, so they were more or less related. Judging from how agitated the 7-headed dragon was, it was likely that the 9-headed dragon had either killed its father or its husband. And since the Borealis was participating in the battle here, the other battleship was naturally its brother, the Keelbone's warship Mizza. Sigh, it's really not easy to deal with. On the bridge of the Borealis, Marcelet, who was the ship's control hub, had a calm expression on his face. His calm voice echoed across the bridge as he issued battle commands without a care in the world. As the temporary commander of the fleet, Pierre Papin was nervous and didn't dare to be careless. The storm had already persisted for more than 2 hours. From the moment that the enemy 7-headed dragon saw the Borealis, it began summoning storms as if it had gone mad. Winds, waves, and storms attacked at the same time. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the entire region of the sea to become pitch black where one couldn't even see their own fingers. The dark clouds that filled the sky blocked all vision and magical senses. It was obvious that this was an unnatural phenomenon. We can't hold on any longer. Reduce the power output of the floating engines by 30%. We're heading into the sea. Close all the hatches and dive down. The Borealis chose to enter the sea due to the constant thunder and magical beasts' attacks. The broken deck automatically began to mend itself, and the cannons that had been destroyed by lightning were repaired, ready to fire at any moment. The 9-headed dragon's ability to recover underwater helped to balance the scales of the battle. Storms and giant waves constantly battered the hull of the ship. Even though it was daybreak, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. The crazy turbulence could cause any lookout on the deck to fall into the sea. Even determining the direction of the ship had to be done through a compass. The most dangerous one was still that crazy and petty goddess in the clouds. After finally catching her enemy with great difficulty, Lady Storm discovered that the skin of her beloved pet was actually draped on the enemy's ship. Lady Storm, who was always in a state of hysteria, had completely fallen into madness. She poured out her divine power at all costs, and the sky was filled with thunder and lightning that rained down incessantly. To an ordinary ship, this was a desperate situation that would cause veteran sailors to despair. Giant waves over 10 meters high could overturn a fully loaded ship, but to the Borealis that had already entered the sea, it was just an annoying little wave. When a dragon entered the deep sea, no matter how terrifying the thunder and waves were, it was meaningless. Most of the body of the ship had already entered the sea, and the cannons had been forced to stop firing. Only the mage towers on the deck were still shooting out icy blue ice crystals. In an underwater environment, only a few types of magic could still display their full power. After all, the Borealis had not been designed with underwater combat in mind, and there was no time to change the cannons to specialized underwater ammunition. Reporting, the 6th cabin has entered the water. There should be some damage that needs to be repaired. Reporting, the 3rd cannon on the port side has a mechanical failure and has lost control. It is recommended to directly abandon it. The 2nd mage tower has been struck by lightning. All spellcasters have been evacuated. There are currently no casualties. But it's too passive to only be able to take a beating. A message from the Mizza: is there an end to that crazy woman in the sky? This is too troublesome. Hurry up and think of a solution. Our first voyage has become our last. That's too unlucky. If it was just 2 top-level sea monsters, the 2 warships would not be a problem. But Lady Storm, who had successfully advanced to become a great divine power, had gone crazy again. No matter how strong the 2 warships were, they were still within the scope of mortals. Yet, the 7-headed dragon didn't hesitate to sacrifice its own body, turning it into a channel for the Queen of Storms to vent her god power, allowing her to unleash her full strength. The endless lightning she summoned forced the 2 battleships to sink. But passively taking a beating like this was not a solution. That top-level sea monster was not to be trifled with. As time passed, the mother of sea monsters and other subordinates would definitely arrive, and the situation would become very difficult. Due to the great improvement of Lady Storm after becoming a great god, the 2 warships of Donglan were showing signs of being unable to withstand the relentless pursuit of this jealous lady. Bad news came one after another at high speed. Marcelit immediately sent out maintenance personnel, and by adjusting the control of the magic power pipelines, they worked hard to speed up the recovery of the damaged parts. The surviving ships were doing their best to save themselves, and the temporary captain of the Demon Muscleman was already sweating profusely. Although he had Marcelit's assistance, it was obviously too much to let an ordinary captain take command of a super warship. The port side was hit by something heavy. It's that damned sea giant. He threw out his warhammer. On the blueprints of the bridge, the part that represented the damage suddenly turned red. The situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Captain Pierre instinctively looked at the passengers on the bridge for help. Even though he was asking for help with his eyes, it was still an indirect request for help. Let us go out and beat them to a pulp. As long as we get rid of that 7-headed dragon that's acting as a medium, the storm will stop. The wavering young knight Madison requested to go to battle. He was a captain of the Aurora Knight Squadron. In order to deal with this situation, the Aurora Borealis had a squadron of 50 Aurora Knights and 50 gold-ranked aerial knights. Such a lineup could easily defeat a dragonslayer. Even in the face of the mother of sea monsters' wrath and thunder, the young knight still had the confidence of victory. They believed that the pride of the Mist Kingdom, the Aurora Knight, would be able to create a miraculous victory even in the face of the wrath of a god. Young hearts would never fear a challenge. No, they longed for adventure and challenge. What kind of joke is this? Ambush us in this situation? It would be strange if more than half of us didn't die. Are you trying to force me to my death? But how could Pierre dare to reject this young man's request to battle? It wasn't that he didn't believe in the Aurora Knight Squadron's strength. If the 50 Aurora Knights split up and charged, their chances of victory wouldn't be low. But he also knew how rare and precious the Aurora Knight Squadron was. If a few of them were struck to death by the god's wrath, Roland would skin them alive. And with such a tactic, there would definitely be many casualties. From the very start, Pierre's pleading gaze wasn't directed at Madison. Madison was only the aide of this important person who was pretending to be ignorant and watching the commotion. She was the highest leader of the Aurora Knight Squadron in name. Even if that person was still pretending to be ignorant, the desperate Pierre could only summon up his courage and ask for help. Your Highness, what do you mean? Only now did the true leader of the squadron wake up from a dream. Her face was filled with astonishment. You're asking about Renée? Renée doesn't understand naval battles. Why don't we flee? I'm not sure if those 2 big guys will let us go. Renée spouted nonsense that nobody would believe as she stuck out her tongue and pretended to be cute. Her face, which was so similar to Princess Peach's, had actually learned how to act cute. She was indeed quite dangerous. But right now, Pierre only wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. It would be best if he spat it on her face. When Roland discovered what was happening at Victoria Harbour, he gave the order for 2 airships to take a detour to Victoria Harbour as reinforcements. If they retreated, they could escape on the airships. If they entered, they could bombard Victoria Harbour. There were plenty of options. As for why they didn't fly over land, it was because the airspace of the Bardi Empire and the Mage Country was a dangerous forbidden zone. Carelessly entering it would easily attract trouble. It was possible to enter the airspace of smaller countries as they pleased, But the Dragon Knight and high-level mags of these two countries obviously wouldn't let go of an unknown object before them. This was just like in a certain world where there wasn't even an air force in Africa. But if a fighter airship suddenly entered the airspace of a major country, they would probably just be waiting to collect wreckage. Originally, everything had been going quite smoothly. But the moment they entered this sea region, that goddess of hatred and the sea beasts and the goddess herself came looking for them. Not only that, a certain princess who insisted that Pierre be the captain of the airship had felt that commanding was boring a few days ago, so she forcefully transferred the captain of the Mizar over to Pierre to be the commander of the airship fleet, leaving her to do all the work. And now, she was saying that Pierre didn't understand naval battles at all and didn't want to take responsibility at all. Pierre was angrily shouting in his heart, "Can you be any more ridiculous? Don't be so unreliable like Lord Roland." But on the surface, he could only bitterly pretend to be pitiful and hope that Renee would sympathize with him. And the other person on the bridge was a completely honored guest. After he suddenly came looking for them, Princess Renee's main job for the past few days was to drink tea and chat with him. Pierre didn't even dare to ask this seemingly young passenger, even though he knew that he had the ability to turn everything around. Seeing that the princess still had a naive expression and didn't want to take care of things, Pierre could only brace himself and continue giving orders. However, this honored guest who had come to the airship on his own suddenly spoke up. "Little angel, it's really outrageous of her to always argue with juniors. It's no wonder that her reputation is getting worse and worse. All of you can be my witnesses. She was the one who attacked the airship that my incarnation was on. I was only acting in reasonable self-defense." Everyone around him hurriedly nodded as they watched this guest attack. After all, his power level was truly a mystery. However, Renee couldn't help but chuckle. She noticed something else. Angel. That's such a huge contrast. No wonder she doesn't even use her own name. Even her god's name is a title. Angel. This name meant that she was an angel or an angel-like girl. It was one of the most common names in many human countries. But when used on Lady Storm, who was famous for holding grudges, the incongruity was obvious. "Little brat, you actually dare to mock a true god's true name? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" The black-robed young man was smiling, but his expression didn't show any signs of reprimand. The girl in front of him had been constantly testing him over the past few days, and he had also been testing the person behind her eyes, the legendary individual who was in no way inferior to Roland. "Don't be afraid. My big brother Roland will protect me." Even though she was facing a supreme existence in the mortal plane, Renee was as calm as ever. After all, she had experienced so much and was used to dealing with all sorts of existences. "I'm afraid that it won't be just big brother Roland who will protect you. Count yourself lucky. I just happened to be looking for Roland to discuss something. And even my incarnation can't directly descend to that place." While talking and laughing, the black-robed young man casually twisted his hand, and a white rose appeared in the void. Then, with a flick of his finger, the flower began to wither, and its petals began to fall one by one, dissipating into the air. Renee, or should I call her Cavendish, was deep in thought. This small action seemed very simple. It seemed like he didn't do anything, but it seemed like he had done a lot. In that instant, the rules of the world were completely distorted, and something was led into the cycle of reincarnation. It was as if the impasse just now was just a joke. In an instant, the storm in the sky had already turned into white clouds and blue sky. The next moment, the sun shone down from the clear sky. The only thing that still proved that the insane lady still existed was the pitiful cries and angry roars that everyone could hear. "Ale. Why are you here? This is a conspiracy against me. Don't kill me." No one knew what Ale had done, but everyone could hear the shock and disbelief in Lady Storm's pitiful cries. The next moment, the storm subsided, and everything returned to normal. The two sea monsters that were left on the battlefield were stunned. When Lady Storm and Angel fled at top speed, these two unlucky ones naturally became abandoned pawns. For a moment, besides the still smiling incarnation of the Grim Reaper, there was only Renee's voice in the bridge. "Everyone has worked hard today. Work harder, And tonight's dragon meat hot pot will be your meal. Oh right, remember to keep all the parts of the dragon plate, they can be used to upgrade and perfect the borealis. Also, remember to absorb divine substances. Brother Roland will definitely praise me for being diligent and thrifty. According to the rules of the gods, even if it was only an incarnation, the true gods still couldn't attack at will. The more powerful the god, the more it was like this. Lady Storm attacking the ship that Ale was on was simply equivalent to directly attacking him. She was really unlucky. When the true gods of both sides had retreated from the battle, what was left was a battle that belonged to the mortals. At this moment, facing the two powerful fleets, the seven-headed dragon that had already lost the divine power did not even have the strength to escape. The madness just now had already overdrawn all of her life force and physical strength. As for the sea giant, it had already been dragged into the deep sea by the Mizza, and a cruel battle was underway. While everyone was busy, Ale lightly stroked the 3 scrolls on his waist, and various divine lights of different colors flashed on them. Seeing that everything was normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. The materials on these scrolls could not be identified, and the magic waves fluctuated continuously. It was obvious that they were not ordinary items. Lady Storm's conspiracy theory was just overthinking things. If someone wanted to plot against her, they would not have the right to invite Ale. That Ale was on this ship was purely a coincidence. The incarnations of true gods would not easily appear in front of mortals. This time, he had risked the taboo to appear here. Naturally, he had something important to do, and the isolation of that plane made it impossible for him to directly appear in front of Roland through his contract. He could only think of ways to personally come to Roland. The fact that Ale would come to visit him from so far away was enough to prove the importance of this important matter. Mortals had their own troubles, and true gods had their own matters to attend to. This time, they intended to play it big. If everything succeeded, the situation of the entire world would probably be completely reversed, and even Ale would have to come personally. Why don't we play together? If our plan succeeds, you guys will also feel terrible. One of the main gods of the Order faction actually sent an invitation to the main god of the Chaos faction, but Renee, Cavendish, shook her head. At this point, there was no need to test him. The nature of chaos determined that she could not participate in this plan. Not interested, we have our own way of playing. Besides, to me, I only hope that Roland is stronger. You actually have brotherly feelings? No, I only hope that when we completely defeat him, I won't feel bored. Aren't you afraid of losing? That's not bad. As long as we have fun, the result is not important from the start. That's why I hate you demons. You fight and kill all day, and you're too willful. You don't even have any skills when you rob. This is what Roland said. Heh, that's indeed his style. That's why I also hate those hypocrites of the Order faction. They always pretend to be useful. This is what my brother said. That guy really dares to say that. Indeed. Chapter 283. They're gone. How is that possible? That's close to 10,000 undead. Although they're all low-level undead, it shouldn't be possible for them to instantly vanish. Although it was difficult to discern Alika's expression, Feynman's flickering soulfire and the crackling sounds of his knuckles were all evidence of his extreme shock and disbelief. Right after he took over command, he unhesitatingly organized an undead invasion. Although the undead were mostly newborns and low-level zombies, an army of more than 10,000 was still quite formidable. The dark mass of undead that stretched as far as the eye could see was quite frightening. There were even a few high-level undead herding in the middle of the undead army, with 2 liches acting as overseers. They weren't just here to be cannon fodder. Unlike the other species, the undead's cannon fodder was already so domineering in scouting battles. This advantage in numbers was more than enough to crush any ordinary low-level city. Even if the undead just stood there and let the undead attack, it would take several hours. How could they vanish so quickly? Holy light! Even if they didn't say anything, expressions of "Are you kidding me?" and "Do you think I'm an idiot?" were already written all over the high-level undead's faces. The undead were just plants, and they didn't even have a holy night, so how could there be any holy light? You couldn't have seen nothing at all, only saw the light, and thought it was holy light and ran away in fear, right? Where did this third-rate observer, photographer, come from? I'll deduct all of you from this year's experimental quota, chicken drumsticks. Bad review. The Lich who was being scolded didn't try to defend himself. He simply raised his arm. The bones there were already shattered, but there were still bits of silver ash at the joint. It really is holy light. There's no mistaking it, and it's holy light of such high purity. Could it be that the undead have a high-level holy night? As the undead were the mortal enemies of holy light, how could they not recognize their natural enemy? Naturally, any place that was invaded by holy light that wasn't suitable for viewing, corpses, would be removed. And so, this unlucky Lich was basically rendered useless by holy light. That was because holy light wouldn't let go of anything that wasn't in harmony with holy light, unless the undead were resolute enough to remove a part and reattach a completely unrelated part. As for the plot, whether or not the new body parts were compatible or not, that had nothing to do with the Lord of Holy Light. He was only responsible for harmony. I definitely wasn't trying to insinuate anything, nor did I hold any grudges against a world that was becoming more and more holy light. Right now, when this unlucky fellow revealed his injuries, which were clearly caused by the holy light, it caused everyone to be bewildered. Could it be that the Holy Church intervened? How is this possible? The Bardi Empire has already banished all holy light job classes. No, maybe they crossed the sea from the port. Spies from the mage country? Don't be silly. Mags have a terrible relationship with a holy knight. Asking a mage to ask a holy knight for help? That's impossible. Don't be hasty. Let's first figure out if it's an individual or a group of holy knights. They were all mid-level cannon fodder from various planes, so they were still considered important people. Their respect for their superiors only lasted for the first few minutes they met. Right now, the entire scene was so noisy that it was almost out of control. However, Feyman and Gracasio didn't really care. They simply exchanged glances and felt that this was Roland's style. Don't be anxious. Tell us in detail what you encountered. Did you see a special Lich? Seeing that their highest commander had spoken, the Lich Adler hurriedly nodded and began to describe what had happened to him. Not long ago, before he retired from the army, he had led a team to attack that magical forest. This time, it was because he had experience dealing with those plants that he was sent to fight again. But this time, the situation was even worse than last time. The moment he reached the edge of the forest, he discovered that something was wrong. The trees are at least 10 times taller than before. Are you joking? I definitely remember correctly. Previously, it was just the size of an ordinary forest. But this time, after we entered, we felt as if we entered a kingdom of giants. We couldn't even see the trees clearly when we looked up, and even the flowers on the side of the road were taller than us. And then my team was completely annihilated. If it wasn't for the fact that I managed to activate an unexpected teleportation spell in time and teleported me back to the entrance of the forest, I would have been killed as well. Alright then, it was actually an instant annihilation. But at least Adler had time to report the situation, so he didn't lose too badly. Soon, all the information was gathered. The source of the holy light had been discovered, but everyone was helpless. Damn it, it's too tall. What do we do? The cannons that fired the holy light were specially cultivated golden searchlights, named by Roland. These special magical sunflowers were all hung at the top of the forest that reached the clouds. Every once in a while, they would shoot out a powerful beam of holy light. Due to the unique location of the forest, it would be impossible to reach the top using normal methods. But if they sent an aerial squadron, it's not that I didn't do anything, but the bone dragons and gargoyles that I summoned were all caught in a strange web of vines. Those vines actually grew on the bones and transformed the bone dragons into their own nourishment. My lords, I've suffered heavy losses this time. Medusa's snake hair, also named by Roland, was the name of this special parasitic vine. They ate bones as food and would take root in bones to absorb nutrients in order to reproduce even more snake vines, the wood spirit's official name. There were many other examples of this type, such as the Conqueror King's self-destructing pumpkin carriage, Vulcan carriage, the Titan Hydra's fire-breathing grass, the background male magic slingshot pea, stray bullet shooter, and so on. The wood spirits, who had such a treasure trove but didn't know how to exploit it, had already evolved into a deranged warring species under a certain person's guidance. Every warring plant was controlled by a wood spirit. They were grateful for Roland's assistance and viewed him as the father of their entire species. However, they were still unable to understand his special hobbies, which was why they were deeply afraid of his sudden appearance. Hurry and run! Father's coming from that direction. 2 more of our brethren were killed last night. You didn't see it, the scene was just too horrifying. The victims were in so much pain that they wanted to die and started wailing. He's going to give you a super strange name, and then, all of our sisters will laugh at you. That's right, my special hobby was to give people names. Over the past few days, seeing so many cute little girls who didn't have names or surnames, I had a great interest in coming up with names for people. But even if I ignored my terrible naming talent, since there were far too many wood spirits, my lack of creativity soon ran out, and I could only come up with all sorts of random names to come up with names. Phut, cornbread head, I deeply sympathize with you. I discovered that father really likes to name people after their hairstyles. Do you have the right to laugh at me? Mantu card, at least I named myself after my hairstyle. You obviously have a pink ponytail, so your name is even stranger. Actually, we're still fine. It seems that father's vocabulary has already been used up. Little Red 157 and Smurf 228 actually appeared yesterday. That's so scary. That's nothing. I even saw red saber, white saber, black saber. What's saber? Why does father like this name so much? I heard that Saber's number has already reached 1024. Just thinking about having the same name as more than 1,000 people, and being called out by one's name will cause the entire street to turn around. It's so pitiful and tragic. Cough. I finally couldn't take it anymore and walked out from under the tree's shade. At the very least, I only used a 3-colored saber and didn't create a saber squadron. I was still quite principled. Father, please punish us, but please don't give us even stranger names. I'm really happy with the name Cornbread Head. Do you really need to be so afraid? Looking at Cornbread Head and Mantu Card's terrified expressions, I reflected on myself for a second and wondered if I had gone too far recently. But then, I immediately got angry. Don't call me father. Have you ever seen an unmarried, spinster father? I still intend to be a winner in life. Who would dare to marry me if I suddenly have tens of thousands of daughters this old? Are you trying to stop me from pursuing happiness in life? Alright then, let's not talk about the pain of my wounds being touched again and my subsequent rage. At the very least, my plans to deal with the undead army's invasion had already been effective. All sorts of special magical plants had been tested, and their further evolution would give the undead commanders even greater surprises. What the undead didn't know was that the Forest of Dreams was far more adept at fighting a war of attrition than they were. Which low-level undead's body parts would become the forest's nourishment? Not only that, even if the low-level undead souls were shattered beyond repair, their soul shards would be tossed into the forest cycle. After a series of reincarnations, they would be purified and combined, finally transforming into newborn wood spirits, which would further increase the wood spirit's power level. In the undead's eyes, all they knew was that the enemy was difficult to deal with. The cannon fodder army on the front lines had suffered a terrible defeat and was almost completely annihilated. When all sorts of pitiful results were gathered, the undead leaders in the temporary command center discovered that none of them had seen the plant lifeforms that were their old enemies. This meant that the plant lifeforms still had backup forces. It seemed that the plant lifeforms hadn't even gone all out before the undead army was completely annihilated. The undead hadn't even discovered the plant lifeforms' trump cards. The cannon fodder hadn't even been able to display their value before the plant lifeforms had been completely annihilated. Such a sacrifice was naturally meaningless. Sending more scouts like this would only be asking for trouble. Adding fuel to the fire without a strategic goal would only be a waste of combat strength. It would be far better to accumulate enough troops for a single wave of attacks than to kill the undead in waves. And so, the undead requested reinforcements from the undead emperors while continuing to send out scattered cannon fodder to investigate. The high-level undead experts also joined the fray in an attempt to obtain some military information. Right now, I had just received a response from Wu Mianzi, which caused me to sink into deep thought. Did Ale personally come? It would seem that everyone is taking this seriously. Should I? I might as well use the undead to do a little experiment. Why has every holy war caused such a huge commotion? Did the decision-makers of the various countries and species not consider that their own species and countries might perish because of the war? Did no one even try to reconcile with the undead? I didn't believe that any undead emperor who had the power to become the ruler would be so stupid. But if I thought about it carefully, the answer to many questions was obvious. Isn't it all because of the benefits of the war? This is such a headache. Wasn't the Holy War good? Of course it wasn't good for the victims of the Holy War, but it was a completely different matter for the beneficiaries of the Holy War. There were no beneficiaries of the Holy War. How could that be possible? Those who looked forward to the Holy War weren't insane lunatics. In fact, they were all respectable people. Arms dealers would become rich, soldiers would have a chance to accomplish great things, nobles would have a chance to obtain new territories, no king would complain about how extravagant the decorations on their crown was, and even blacksmiths would be happy to receive more orders. Farmers would also be secretly delighted that their crops would be purchased at a good price. Wasn't the Holy War like this? Was it a clash between order and chaos? Actually, it was the same. There would always be a minority of people who truly viewed concepts and ideologies as the highest goals of their lives. Most people would only care about personal benefits in the end. For true gods, the Holy War could be said to be the only shortcut to greatly increase their divine power and personal domain. For humans, the more desperate their situation was, the more they would hope for salvation from the gods. Plus, they would be able to obtain divine power and believers through fighting. As long as they could survive until the Holy War ended, they would be able to save at least 1,000 years of cultivation. After all, there would be no shortage of battles in order to break through an already established faction. At the very least, that was how the god of holy light rose to the top in a single step. According to a fairy report, after the last Holy War, the number of holy light believers increased by more than 10 times. The god of holy light instantly became a main god among main gods. The human rulers had the authority to start wars. And in the Holy War, the god of holy light would be the ruler of order. If he wanted to strengthen himself, it would be necessary to start a holy war. As long as he purified the undead and demons, his believers would devoutly ask him for help and pray. He would obtain enough power of faith and a new divine concept, which would increase his status and power even further. If this was for the god of holy light's personal benefit, there was another reason. It was also because he was fated to be mortal enemies with the Chaos faction. The god of holy light's concept and the god's teachings were purification, which meant erasing, destroying, everything distorted by chaos. As a concept that was created and strengthened in the Holy War, the god of holy light was also restricted by the Holy War. In his instincts, the undead that distorted life and death and demons that were the incarnations of chaos were mortal enemies that needed to be purified. This was the most basic meaning of his existence. If he denied this, it would be like how a lamp used to drive away darkness would be useless in the daytime. If he lost the meaning of his existence to correct, erase, the distorted chaos, there would be no meaning for holy light to continue shining. The god of holy light didn't directly destroy the undead in Donglan because his logical judgment was that it would be useless to turn against the god of law, who was also an order god. But once the Holy War ended, the god of holy light would naturally come to settle the score. I definitely can't let him have absolute authority. At the very least, I need to have a third voice appear. This was a mutual understanding that Ale and I had reached from the very start. Since the Holy War would make the god of holy light even stronger, no matter if it was from his own concept of holy light's existence or simple benefits, the god of holy light wouldn't possibly stop. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the god of holy light shouted that he wanted to kill all creatures that weren't humans. But if he declared every single one of his enemies to be evil god worshippers and heretics, that would be quite a joke. The Holy Church had often gone overboard. If the god of holy light said that someone was evil, then that person would truly be evil. And according to his logic, it was likely that all the Chaos faction's allies that stood in his way would be viewed as evil. In that case, the Holy War would never end, and we would be in great trouble. In that period of history, the God of Holy Light had indeed been a cornerstone of the Holy War. The Holy Church had also been the vanguard of the Holy War. First, they had fought against the elemental lords, heretic countries, beast men, and other species. Then, they had fought against the underground world. Even before the Holy War was over, they had fought against the undead emperors. Now, there was even the demon army. Although the God of Holy Light was indeed quite impressive, if one thought about it carefully, it was precisely because of his pure hostility towards other concepts and other species that caused many powers that could have been won over to constantly clash against each other. They directly transformed into mortal enemies. The number of enemies kept increasing, while the number of friends kept decreasing. In stark contrast, my hard work had already achieved partial results. At the very least, the underground world's powers had been successfully combined. Not only had we avoided more than 10 years of internal strife, but we had also strengthened our power to resist future dangers. At the very least, we can't allow the God of Holy Light's dangerous ideology of undead, demons, and all non-human creatures are evil, and the goal of the Holy War is to kill them all to spread. That way, the Holy War would truly never end. That was why, in my opinion, the God of Holy Light's teachings were far too extreme. They needed to be replaced by a more moderate teaching. Originally, this should have been a long and arduous process that I probably wouldn't be able to see for the rest of my life. But due to certain reasons, it seemed that this process could be brought forward. Are you trying to steal me away right in front of my face? Ale, if I dare to think and say anything, then you'll dare to do anything. Chapter 284. Every day, the world before us is changing. This was doubtlessly the most appropriate description of the Forest of Dreams. However, it would be more appropriate to change every day to every moment. Under the dimensional will's control, fine, Amelia was in a deep sleep, or rather, under my guidance, this forest was changing every moment. One moment, it would be a small path in the forest, and the next moment, it would become a deep pit. Not to mention the undead army attacking us, even the wood spirits themselves would get lost in their own forest. Not to mention the natural talent ability of the children of the forest to never get lost in a forest, as far as I knew, that was most likely the work of Druil and the ranger who had memorized the map. After all, a person's memory was limited. If one went to sleep last night at a lake and woke up to a flourishing city the next day, one would feel that something was wrong. It would be strange if one still remembered the way. Why did the market disappear again? Why is Smurf 356 living next door living in a tree? And, most importantly, why am I in a lake? All my collection is gone. This unfortunate child took more than half an hour to get all her collection out of the water. However, her experience wasn't rare. The unlucky ones who were sent to the top of a towering tree the next morning were the most pitiful. With the natural talent of communicating with trees, as long as one wasn't acrophobic, it wouldn't be difficult for one to come down by themselves. However, the transportation of all my collection made me want to die. My collection? A newly born wood spirit shouldn't have any collection. But the strange thing was that this newly born wood spirit seemed to have other hobbies. Just like a squirrel, they would collect all sorts of useful and useless resources, such as all sorts of seeds and fruits, spoils of war from the undead, and even lick pelvis bones and undead cavities. As long as it involved a collection that they were interested in, they wouldn't have the calmness of a forest fairy at all. They would act like aunties fighting for discounts at a market. This was especially so since they believed that the best treasures were all from outside the forest. In fact, the first thing they would do after the battle against the undead was to fight for their own spoils of war. This is a good thing. At least they have their own hobbies. This is a sign that intelligent creatures have their own sense of self. Although I said that in my heart, I felt a subtle sense of discomfort as I looked at those little lollis who were showing off their intestines of abomination to me with their innocent and cute smiles. Forget it. Since it's one of Amelia's brethren, it would be inconceivable if it was too normal. You speak as if it has nothing to do with you, father of the clan. By the way, Do I need to give you an unconcealable honorary title, Father of Myriad Luo, so that everyone knows that you are a father? Please don't. All right, I immediately surrendered. This bastard was too vicious. If I went out with this title, wouldn't I become a laughingstock? This was pure evil. Getting back on topic, since the terrain was changing far too rapidly, the first thing the wood spirits did when they woke up every day was to use their telepathic abilities to communicate with their kin and the surrounding trees to download the newest topographic map. Otherwise, they would definitely get lost. After spending so much effort, these changes were naturally not meaningless. On the contrary, this was a sign that the entire forest was evolving. What kind of opponent is the scariest? Fast. Those with great strength. No, those that are 100 times larger than you are the scariest. A single step of theirs is equivalent to several hundred steps of yours. Can you possibly be faster than them? A single finger of theirs is the size of your entire body. No matter how strong you are, can an ant possibly move an elephant? That was indeed the case. If a dragon was shrunk by 100 times, it would be nothing more than a tiny fire-breathing lizard. If a Titan giant was shrunk by 100 times, it would be nothing more than a gigantic doll. But if a scorpion, ant, or cockroach were shrunk to the size of a dragon, the ant's tremendous strength, the scorpion's venomous stinger, and the cockroach's immortality would be an unparalleled fear. That was why, in order to completely increase this forest's defensive power, I only needed to enlarge the forest by 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. In that case, the various magical plants that grew from the forest would naturally be enlarged, greatly increasing their power. Actually, the effects were even better than I had expected. The pinecone bombs that were 10 times larger than me were truly indescribable. When they exploded, they would be equivalent to a fuel air bomb, or even a miniature nuclear bomb. The vines and roots that had originally been only meant to be used to trip the undead ended up becoming nets of death that stole everything. In fact, even the strengthened outer shells of the undead evolved into Titan giants that covered the sky. With the dimensional will's support, the undead were just this unreasonable. However, there were still limits to what they could do. The dimensional laws of the undead would distort the natural laws of the undead's existence. In that case, as long as the undead left the undead's dimension, the undead would no longer be able to survive. But in this forest, the dimensional will was the strongest. Her will would transform into reality. What was fake would become real, and what was unreasonable would become reasonable. This was doubtlessly an advantage for the defending side. It seemed that as long as time passed, the difference in power between the undead and the undead would only grow larger and larger. If I was the undead's commander, I definitely wouldn't allow the dimensional will to evolve on its own. The earlier the final battle, the better. But perhaps my existence was giving these two old acquaintances of mine too much pressure, or perhaps they didn't have any experience in this area, or perhaps they were just slacking off. Although they kept sending out probing attacks, the true final battle still hadn't arrived. In my opinion, their method of dealing with the undead was far too conservative. There was obviously something unreasonable about this. Previously, the dimensional will had still been in a deep slumber, and its method of dealing with the undead was more instinctive. But now that it had a useless advisor like me, its evolution naturally had a more targeted method. It should have gone all out long ago and started the final battle as soon as possible, which would have the highest chance of victory. Of course, the overly rapid evolution also brought about some minor problems. For example, the wood spirits' overly tiny bodies would cause all sorts of imbalances and loss of control when operating their strengthened outer shells. For example, finding their way home every day would be a great adventure. That was because the wood spirits were now independent individuals, a true species. They wouldn't be able to change their bodies as their mothers wished. Once a young bird left the nest, it would be impossible for it to return. But this also meant that the wood spirits were an intelligent species on par with humans and elves. As one of the rare new species in the recent generation, they had limitless potential for development. Just a simple evaluation would be enough to determine that once an adult wood spirit was equipped with a strengthened outer shell that could be used in the outside world, they would be able to use silver combat strength. This was a new silver species on the same level as the superior elves. Just the fact that Amelia had created the wood spirit species was already enough to leave her name in history. Without realizing it, Amelia, you've done something incredible. Over the past few days, in order to help guide the forest's evolution, I had been resting near the central lake. I gently tidied up Amelia's messy hair. The seemingly pure sleeping princess still had no intention of waking up. Her sleeping appearance didn't have any of her past craziness. Instead, she had a rare fragility to her. She was just like a white lily after the rain. She had the gentleness of a rain-struck pear blossom, making one feel pity for her. She's actually quite cute when she doesn't talk. I gently swept away the fallen leaves around her, but my gaze was attracted to Amelia's face, which had just regained some color. Ever since she had fallen asleep, she always had a childlike smile on her face. The dark circles under her eyes that used to always be around her eyes had vanished without a trace. Her rosy complexion was the best makeup. Her normally pale lips had become rosy and alluring. Her incredibly pure sleeping appearance made one feel calm, just like an angel that couldn't be defiled. But even as I was admiring this beautiful woman, I was thinking about a topic that would ruin the mood. It would seem that there aren't enough sacrifices for you to wake up. Souls were the source of everything. Just like how the two goddesses of order and chaos would use soul shards to absorb nutrients in order to recover, as a newly born dimensional will, Amelia also needed a large number of souls to replenish herself. Without a doubt, the undead were the best choice. You should remember this favor. You'll have to repay it in the future. I lightly flicked the tip of her upturned nose, and to my surprise, I discovered that it felt quite nice to the touch. I then secretly touched it a few times. Just as I was exclaiming that Amelia was so easy to bully, Rosa sent me an urgent message through our mental link. She told me that there was something wrong with the new wave of enemy troops outside the forest. The situation had unexpectedly gone out of control, and I knew that it was time to leave. You're more valuable in your usual state. I'll help you wake up. This wasn't a vow, nor was it a promise. It was simply something that I was about to do. This was my decision. But when I got up, I didn't notice that the sleeping beauty behind me had slightly arced up her mouth, as if she was secretly laughing. Leaves drifting in the wind slowly fell to the ground, forming beautiful words. Those sparkling words were the feelings of the beautiful woman who had passed by my wooden puppet. I'll use everything I have to repay your favor, my dear Roland. You're not allowed to refuse. If you don't leave me, I will live and die with you. If you don't leave me, I will live and die with you. Due to the dimensional will's existence, the Forest of Dreams was indeed quite undefeatable as it was an independent dimension. However, the dimensional will wasn't the only low-level undead the Forest of Dreams was facing. Feyman wasn't experienced enough, so he couldn't tell what was going on. The former First Senator Gracasio was experienced and powerful enough. He had long since noticed the dimensional laws of the Forest of Dreams, but he didn't want to say it. After all, Gracasio knew that as long as the situation became clear, and he learned that this was a battle where time was in the enemy's hands, it would be time for him to charge forward. At that time, if he didn't want to go against the will of the undead emperors, not only would he have to face Gracasio directly, his gigantic body would also be the best target. There was a 99% chance that he would become cannon fodder. Fight against Gracasio on the enemy's home turf? Simultaneously, he would have to challenge a newly born dimensional will. Gracasio was quite self-aware. He didn't think that he was tired of living. It's not like it's my problem. Even if the sky collapses, there's always someone higher up. The undead emperors won't do anything, so why should I fight to the death so that others can benefit from it? The former First Senator was already one step away from becoming a semigod. His power level was impeccable, but the undead emperors had underestimated his own selfishness. Since he would be able to reach semigod rank by simply waiting 200 years, why would he risk his life for someone else? Gracasio had never been a good person who would sacrifice himself for others, nor was he a brave warrior who would sacrifice his life for others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived to this day. And so, the sly immemorial bone dragon began to slack off, allowing Feyman to be busy. But when his only companion finally couldn't help but want to personally fight, Gricasio stopped Feyman and secretly told Feyman about the secrets of the desecration plane. And then, there were now two people slacking off. From a certain standpoint, undead Emperor Asso of the desecration plane had truly chosen the wrong people. Feyman and Gricasio were both quite powerful, but if they were truly responsible and dared to fight, then how could they not be capable of accomplishing anything? The two of them together had both schemes and power. What could they not do? How did they end up in such a state? Gricasio had been born as a mount. He had experienced all sorts of hardships and humiliation. If it's a dog, so be it. A mount is fine as well. Everything's fine as long as I can survive. That was his dragon motto. It was unrealistic for him to risk his life like this, especially since the undead emperors were foolish enough to give him the reward he wanted. Gricasio was even less willing to risk his life. As long as I survive, I'll also reach semigod rank one day. You want me to fight against Gricasio? No way. However, the situation kept worsening. The two undead lords who had spent a tremendous amount of resources to teleport to the desecration plane weren't in peak condition. The Forest of Dreams was becoming stronger and stronger. Someone finally couldn't stand it any longer. Suddenly, after another wave of undead that seemed more like they were on a suicide mission left, the black pillar of light that represented dimensional teleportation suddenly shook violently. The entire area began to violently shake as dark clouds furiously gathered. The earthquake was so powerful that the ground cracked, and the smaller undead were directly buried alive. Flying troops were forced to flee in all directions. Even the powerful bone giants were forced to search for shelter. And then, that sky-covering black pillar of light disappeared. Yes, it disappeared. Although there were still some traces of it, it was obvious that the dimensional connection had been cut off. The only thing left in place was a ghastly white skeleton. When the green soul fire was reignited, the entire world changed color. Frightened spirits fled in all directions, and countless corpses crawled to the surface. In the pitch-black night, the dead were singing and dancing in joy. That was because the undying emperor had finally descended. Undead Emperor Asso. The two undead lords hurriedly rushed over to report this to their superiors. However, Asso didn't even look at them, nor did he care. It was obvious that these two undead lords' fear of battle couldn't be hidden from him. Even if he didn't intend to turn on them, he was still filled with anger. Well, Asso had already paid a heavy price in order to descend into this dimension. This was a major loss that could never be recovered. Only death is eternal. When the undead take control of the earth, the souls shall become the new masters of this world. A low voice echoed in this world. Every living creature felt as if they were about to die. The undying emperor had just descended, but he was already chanting his own eulogy, the final song of the souls. A forbidden spell. Since I was in the forest, the mana waves of a forbidden spell caused even the air to tremble. How could I not notice? Damn it, this is the worst possible result. Since it was impossible to conquer this city, then I might as well turn this city into nothing. That was what I had done back in the day, and Asso was obviously intending to do the same. Although such a development was within my expectations, I definitely couldn't deal with it so easily. I told you before that I hate those undead emperors who casually toss out forbidden spells. They rely on their undying nature and the ability to swap bodies to casually toss out their ultimate weapons. It's basically the same as flipping the table if they can't win. There's no technique involved at all. Don't you even look in the mirror? You have the nerve to say such a thing. Do you know who's tossed out the most forbidden spells in recent times? It's you, bastard. As expected of Heloise, who was becoming more and more skilled at commenting. Commenting was her true nature. Even the first thing she said after waking up was to comment. Is the Holy Light War hammer delicious? It's terrible. It smells even worse than your smelly shoes. Upon hearing this, I covered my face and pretended to be embarrassed. Ah, you actually secretly smelled it. You pervert. You didn't lick it. I'm sorry, I forgot that all cats taste something by licking it. I should be asking, how does it taste? In the past, the silly cat would have been furious by now. But right now, Heloise had no intentions of continuing to play around. The tremendous waves of forbidden spells in the distance had already attracted all of her attention. Soul's Final Song? An instant death forbidden spell with a super wide screen? It's one of the top 10 most offensive forbidden spells I know of. Based on the current progress, you won't be able to cast it for more than 10 hours. Are you confident that you can reach him in time? I couldn't help but chuckle at how unprofessional she was asking this question. Who would know if I didn't fight this thing? However, when enemies meet on a narrow path, only the courageous will emerge victorious. Do you think those pieces of trash will be able to stop me? Do you think these cowardly pieces of trash will be able to stop me? What a joke. In just a few short minutes, I was nearing the end of my battle preparations. At this moment, I put on my armor of ice and snow, and my shining silver war hammer descended from the sky. Meanwhile, a bone dragon descended from the sky and lowered its head, waiting for me to mount it. Right, Heloise. Since I'm facing an undead emperor, shouldn't I shout for the holy light? But why does it feel so strange? I feel so unlucky. Of course, we were the ones who were charged back in the day. And, did the unlucky ones who were forced to charge back in the day ever have a good ending? As I expected, asking you was a mistake. Since you're trying to shake our morale, I'm going to kill the silly cat right here. I don't think that morale will be shaken. Just look behind you. I turned around and saw that the wood spirits had also finished their preparations for battle. The young girls had entered their gigantic strengthened shells, and the wood spirits' childish eyes were filled with the resolve to protect their home and country. Their mother and home were being threatened, and in order to protect their home, they had to charge out of the walls of protection. The newly born wood spirits were already prepared to risk everything. For the mother. For my pine nuts. Bone combination. Lick ribs, skeleton soldier finger bones, and abomination skull bones. Nobody can take them away. I shook my head helplessly. Just like how parents would never understand their children's hobbies, I would never be able to understand these little fellows for the rest of my life. But after hesitating for a moment, I finally shouted out the battle cry in a voice that only I could hear. For Amelia. Ha, I heard you. I'll tell Amelia. I forgot that the battle hammer in my hand was the incarnation of that damned silly cat. I heard you too. Alright then, Grier was currently under my crotch. Even though it was just a normal statement about how cool it was to ride a dragon, why did it sound so awkward? I heard you as well. Enough. You're just a system, so what are you doing? It's too much to keep commenting about how you scammed others. Can't you do something more serious and learn from other people's systems? Are you sure? Actually, I'm also hesitating about whether or not I should transform into that limitless main god system. If I don't complete my mission, I'll kill you. How about your first mission, Solo Ale? I apologize. Please don't. That's no different from suicide. Hey, you're in the middle of a battle. Can't you be a little more serious? Alright then, even Grier couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 285. The entire sky was filled with dark clouds. It seemed that it was only natural that one wouldn't even be able to see their own fingers when fighting against a boss of this level. Black dust floated down from the sky. The dust had a slightly corrosive smell, and it was obvious that it wasn't air that was healthy. Even the complex three-dimensional magic formation in the distance could be seen here. The semigod undead who was floating in midair was currently controlling a forbidden spell that would take away lives. Before me was a boundless sea of undead. Asso naturally had something to rely on since he dared to directly cast a forbidden spell. Thanks to the two undead lords slacking off, the undead army had accumulated to such an extent that they occupied the majority of this space. The result of repeated training and reorganization was that these undead were now ready to become killing machines for the final battle. When the semigod undead descended, all noise and delays disappeared without a trace under the gaze of an undead emperor. Under the leadership of a Lich and an undead knight, the undead army finished forming a battle formation and directly headed for the front lines. The skeleton soldiers who had no restrictions were thrown to the forefront. Their tiny souls were now filled with nothing but the desire to destroy everything. An endless sea of skeletons charged at the enemies, enjoying the time to kill or be killed. The entire world was filled with the sound of bones colliding with each other. Because the skeletons were too low level, the loss of them was not painful at all. Most of the skeletons that were teleported over were these low-level skeletons. Their numbers could no longer be described as endless. What came into sight was a horrifying pile of grey bones. The sound of bones cracking was the angry roar of this silent army as they slaughtered. An ordinary skeleton soldier wouldn't even be able to defeat a mildly trained farmer. However, one definitely couldn't underestimate the sea of skeletons. That endless sea of skeletons would forever be the most feared part of the undead army. As long as there were enough of them, even ants could devour elephants. And, I could faintly see that there were some special skeleton soldiers mixed in with high-level commanders, ready to deal a fatal blow to the careless at any moment. The sea of skeletons, which made up more than 90% of the undead army, spread out just like that. Dangerous skeleton archers, skeleton mags, skeleton knights, skeleton assassins, skeleton giants, and deformed bone beasts were mixed within the sea of skeletons. This earth-shaking army was more than enough to make even the bravest of heroes tremble in fear. Meanwhile, the dead would become new members of this sea of skeletons. In history, countless powerful countries and heroes had fallen to this sea of skeletons. But today, they met the most dangerous enemy of all. This was an existence specifically created to deal with this low-level sea of undead. Humility of the 7 virtues, Jill. The young purple-haired wood spirit stood at the very front and looked at the sea of skeletons with a displeased expression. Then, it dissipated in the wind and turned into a purple rhizomatous plant that swelled in the wind. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. The top of this plant had already reached the clouds, just like a vine from a fairy tale. But, the next moment, this plant bloomed. Countless seeds exploded onto the ground, then took root, sprouted, and bloomed again. In a short moment, a field of flowers appeared in the path of the sea of skeletons. Cluck. The seeds were buried deep in the ground due to the repeated popping. The sunflower that suddenly popped out of the ground actually opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. Countless skeletons were suddenly devoured by the earth devourer, which suddenly split open and swallowed the nutrients in one gulp. The parasitic vines also reached out and enjoyed the bone-filled fertilizer. The scene at Red Maple City replayed itself as the frightening man-eating garden reappeared. Just like my 7 original sins which were undead, the 7 virtues also had their own species. They were all wood spirits, but the difference between them and ordinary wood spirits was probably the same as the difference between the 7 original sins and ordinary skeleton soldiers. Fine then, it could be said that they were similar in appearance, but they were completely different existences inside. Modesty was born in order to deal with Pride Omar's sea of low-level and mid-level skeletons. Modesty's current Modesty was no longer an assassin who could only ambush from the shadows. She had now transformed into a moving fortress for the wood spirits. The man-eating flowers and magical vines were only the garden's old guests. Suddenly, a wall of nuts appeared, pea shooters that spat out various types of bullets, and various types of soldiers from Plants vs. Zombies could be found here. But, every magical bullet was capable of blowing up a large number of undead. She was using a sea of magical plants against a sea of skeletons, using slightly higher quality to fight quality, dragging the battle into a battle of attrition. She used the souls she stole to constantly replenish the plant's nutrition. This was Amelia's humility. After this garden was unfurled, several large cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. Several gigantic stems crawled out of the cracks and spat out various gigantic strengthened shells and magical plants as reinforcements. They're here, they're here. For Mother. One wood spirit after another cheered as they jumped into their gigantic strengthened shells. With the support of the garden and the support of the Mother Forest, the mountain giants and plant war puppets that resembled prehistoric monsters stood up and began attacking the undead despite the restrictions of the garden. The skeletons and plants fought, the liches and pea shooters shot at each other, and the abominations and vines began melee combat. The green giants went berserk and stomped a large number of undead to death, only to be attacked by a bone dragon that suddenly swooped down. The battle reached a stalemate. It seemed like the wood spirits still had the advantage, but I knew that the undead still had the advantage. Most liches and liches were hiding in the safety of the rear. They were either doing their best to summon new undead from other undead planes, or summoning new undead on the spot. There were also some who cast negative energy magic on the undead to recover from their injuries. Most high-level undead such as the Death Knight stood guard in front of Asso as backup. If this was the final battle, such a strategy would obviously be too conservative. However, I could understand their choice. After all, the Wood Spirit's goal was simply to stall for time. The final Song of Souls was a strategic forbidden spell that could open a portal to the undead planes and summon countless souls and negative energy to cleanse the world. The moment this spell was cast, everything within the spell's range would transform into a pool of negative energy. All living beings would be repeatedly bombarded by instant death magic and finally become one of the millions of souls. This spell had only been cast 3 times in history, and it had caused over 1 million deaths. It was the signature forbidden spell of the Desecration Plane's Emperor Asso. What I cared about the most was how long it would take for him to cast this spell. After all, we would all die once he finished casting the spell. As for me, I'm riding on a girl, holding a girl in my hand, and leading a group of girls in a charge. I suddenly feel like I've become a winner in life. Ah, don't bite me. Alright then. I didn't even get to enjoy myself for 2 minutes as I watched the battle below me. I wondered what it felt like to be suddenly bitten by a weapon I was holding. This was probably the only experience in the entire world. Can you be a little more serious? We're at war. It was no wonder that Gria was so angry that she was grinding her teeth. Gricasio wouldn't be easy to deal with. 2 gigantic bone dragons suddenly clashed together, and her recently polished finger bones were now covered in cracks. She felt like she was going to die from heartache. Aerial Squadron's advantage was their high-speed aerial attacks. The moment I appeared, I was surrounded and attacked by several bone dragons led by Gricasio. Hey, long time no see, Gricasio. You've actually changed your personality. What, you're enjoying being the dog of another undead emperor? How could I possibly let go of the familiar fear in Gricasio's soulfire? This sly old dragon was actually willing to risk his life for me, which was obviously quite surprising. Still, I guessed that dogs couldn't change their habits, so Gricasio was most likely a hidden danger. Your Majesty, how could you say that about me? Aren't I just scouting out the path for you? I've already helped you find out information and secrets about those semigod undead. Was Gricasio betraying me on the battlefield? I had once again underestimated how shameless he could be. He was completely shameless. To be honest, even though I already knew that Gricasio had no morals at all, I was still rendered speechless by how shameless he was in his soul language. Gricasio was at least an undead lord, and he was also the first senator and the strongest individual in the Shiluor Empire for so many years. How could he be so shameless? You also know that I don't have much ambition. Serving you is doubtlessly the best choice. From Gricasio's perspective, this was the truth. As a rare existence who had no faith or honor, his only goal in life was to live a good life. Pursuing power was only a way to ensure that he could live comfortably. If I can survive just by sucking up to someone powerful, I'll only lose some face. That's such a great deal. When Gricasio was still alive, he was an incredibly unique gold dragon. He didn't have the sense of justice or business that other gold dragons had. Instead, he spent all his time thinking about how to live longer and how to live comfortably until the end of the world. That was why he was willing to become a steed in order to suck up to the god of holy light. Later on, during the Yongyea era, he sucked up to me. But when he finally became the most powerful person in the world, he actually began to idle around and waste away his time. The undead emperors who joined the undead planes only felt that the undead emperors were powerful enough to rely on. It was also because the holy light was shining down upon the mortal plane right now. As undead, joining the mortal plane would basically be suicidal. But now, the situation was different. The undead emperors intended to invade the mortal plane, which would doubtlessly mean that they would start a large-scale war. Gricasio, who was able to move about freely in the mortal plane, would likely become the vanguard. As an old bone dragon who believed himself to be a pacifist, this was far too dangerous, and far too unjust. How could he allow this? Gricasio had also heard about what happened in the Northlands. From various signs, he could already see that person's familiar scheming methods. He heard that the undead were now capable of living under the sun. In that case, perhaps the Holy Church would no longer be his only choice, and he would be able to choose the most relaxing way of living. Perhaps he would one day be able to openly lie down on the streets and bask in the sun. That would definitely be a super comfortable sleep. Your Majesty, I'm here at the request of all the undead emperors. As long as you give this old dragon a safe territory and try not to send this old dragon on the front lines, this old dragon will be willing to risk his life for you. Besides, you also need my help right now. I never expected that an immemorial bone dragon would be able to smile in such a perverted manner. Behind him was a black magic array that was growing ever larger. Lord Asso's forbidden spell would always be a dangerous countdown to his death. Gricasio, you bastard. You're the dragon's shame. Can you at least have some dignity as a dragon's? Even though Gricasio's betrayal on the front lines had been beneficial to us, Gricasio was so shameless that even Gria couldn't stand it. Living is better than a good death. Little Gria, my heroic and famous peers from back in the day are all dead now. I, the shame of Dragon City, am still alive and well. What's dignity? Can it be eaten? What's the dragon's dignity? Can it make me immortal? I only have one question. Can so many complicated things really make me immortal? Gricasio's words were so logical that I was rendered speechless. Gricasio's shameless words caused Gria to pause in surprise. Or perhaps I should say that she was stunned by his shamelessness. All right, show me your sincerity. How about, after this matter is over, how about you become my mount in the future? As for me, I welcomed someone who knew how to adapt to the situation. I knew that your Majesty would be magnanimous. Mount. Fine, I'm the best at that. I also have a saddle as a souvenir from Luorshi. I guarantee that it'll be really comfortable to sit on. The delighted Gricasio immediately turned around and crashed into the other bone dragons. His dragon breath viciously shot towards his own army. Even the silent undead army was in an uproar. This sudden change in the situation caused Feynman's jaw to drop in fright. There had been no prior warning of this at all, and the death knights that suddenly surrounded him doubtlessly showed how difficult his current situation was. Asso, who was in the distance, chuckled. Undead emperors were never trustworthy people, so of course Feynman would be on his guard. Feynman didn't stop chanting his incantation. He reached out with his finger, which was filled with the dense power of death, and lightly pointed at the air. Roar. Gricasio's magical accessory that he had obtained from undead Emperor Feynman exploded. He was injured by the sudden explosion and fell from the sky, smashing a large number of undead to death and creating a large hole in the ground. Emperor Feynman's divine might. Damned Gricasio. I knew he couldn't be trusted. My lord, please understand. I didn't know anything about what happened to Gricasio. I'm wholeheartedly following you. Feynman and his bootlicking subordinates didn't notice that Asso's face was filled with displeasure as he was eager to regain his recognition. That explosion was far weaker than he had expected, but the powerful bone dragon had fallen far too quickly and landed far too badly. At this moment, I was also slightly astonished. That sly bastard. Just like Asso, I could tell that there was something fishy about Gricasio. Gricasio had been faking his fall. So shameless, so despicable, so perverted, so shameless. How can a dragon be so impolite to Gricasio? Gria was also furious. She was also a myth-ranked bone dragon, so of course she could tell that there was something fishy about Gricasio. Not long after, a dragon can't be so impolite to Gricasio became a famous phrase, just like a dragon can't be so impolite to Amdirokan. Forget it. I shouldn't have counted on this bastard from the very start. Who would dare to use such a mount? I looked in Gria's direction, and Asso also happened to look in my direction. There was no need to hide his murderous gaze at all. What came next was going to be a tough battle. And so, I pointed my thumb at my neck, indicating that I was going to be beheaded. Senior, let us kill to our heart's content. I used this method to express my respect to Asso as a junior. Asso responded to me with soundless laughter. Death shall accompany us for eternity. And you shall be the first to embrace death. Senior, please speak like a human. Brat, you're dead for sure. Chapter 286. The gigantic bone dragon spun as it landed on the ground like a falling meteor, kicking up dust that reached more than 10 meters into the air. However, the higher-ups on both sides knew that this guy was definitely faking his fall. However, neither side had the time to pay attention to him. I was both surprised and satisfied when he sent me a piece of information right before he landed. Asso isn't in his best condition right now. He's using a parasitic demon polypus army to forcefully absorb his magic power and lower his own power level, causing an error in dimensional laws. The moment he breaks the seal, he'll immediately be expelled. The core of his seal should be his waist. Emperor Yungye, the light of night of all undead, hurry and kill him. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, this was the first time I'd seen such a traitor, snitch, who knew how to behave. I didn't even know how to get angry. If my guess was correct, this guy probably gave a portion of my information to Asso. This way, no matter which side won, they would at least owe me a favor. However, I welcomed this, as my goal from the very start had always been Asso. This undead emperor had already been expelled from this world, and his body was now tainted by the dimensional laws of another plane. It would be incredibly difficult for him to return. It would be as difficult as a fish flying in the sky or a bird flying into the water. Not to mention, this was obviously an unconventional descent. The dimensional exit that suddenly disappeared was doubtlessly proof that this was a forceful landing at a tremendous price. It was just like how a normal train would be used to launch passengers from a cannon. Although the passengers would still arrive at their destination, the price they had to pay would be much higher, and the passengers who were sent here wouldn't be in one piece. It was impossible for him to be in his perfect condition. Half, 1/3, or 1/10. If I added in the fact that he was sealed and his power level decreased, it was possible that he was only 1%. It was likely that the true gods would have the right to say how difficult it was to deal with an undead emperor. After so many years, basically all the undead emperors that could be killed had died. Only those that didn't die would have the chance to be banished. As for Asso, the fact that he possessed an entire dimension by himself was a clear indication of how difficult it was to deal with him. He was definitely the most difficult type to deal with. However, even if he was an undead emperor, there were still some basic rules that needed to be followed. Just like how I had Rex's skull on my waist, Asso was also a Lich. It was impossible for his phylactery to be separated from his physical body. If he died here, he would likely enter an eternal slumber. Perhaps this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate an undead emperor. But if the Desecration Lord, the creator of the Desecration Plane, perished, then this connection to the Desecration Plane would naturally collapse. The undead emperors would then have to find another method. Asso must die. Regardless of what he was thinking, since he had already put himself in danger, I naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Flying ancient bone dragons were invincible. We were already close enough to clearly see each other's expressions. Even though danger was right in front of us, Asso suddenly smiled, as if we were the ones in danger. Something's wrong. My instincts told me that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Asso slowly raised his head. The soul fires in his eyes suddenly dissipated, leaving behind only 2 pitch-black eye sockets. The light around them was completely distorted, as if the starry sky was swallowing up all the light around it. The next moment, his entire body started floating up, and a part of his body mysteriously became incomplete. His broken bones floated in midair before vanishing again. It was as if something had descended from the void, and the endless void was devouring and tearing at him. He was walking towards death. Behind him, cracks of various sizes were already appearing in space. The entire sky was trembling as if some demon was about to descend upon the world. Soul sacrifice? Burning one's soul in exchange for power? Is there a need to go so far? Of course I was familiar with this ability. Back in Sulphur Mountain City, I had only used Asso's low-level ability, soul combustion, and I was already on the verge of death. If soul combustion was like slowly burning out one's own candle, then soul sacrifice would be like hellfire that could burn everything. Soul combustion would only result in the destruction of one's soul, but soul sacrifice would be using one's own soul as food in exchange for power from some indescribable existence in the void that would devour and tear at one's soul. The pain of death would last for tens of thousands of years. That's right, Aso would definitely die. Just like how I was destined to die when I used soul combustion, Aso would definitely die the moment I used soul sacrifice. Burning one's soul was the most foundational source of power. As long as one's soul wasn't damaged, one would be able to increase one's power while still at their peak. Aso was already at the undead emperor level, so he would be several times stronger than he was at his peak. Why? Why would he be willing to sacrifice so much? Just what did he intend to do with this power? Why was an undying being willing to sacrifice everything so easily? I truly didn't understand. I've said before that death shall accompany me. Young descendant, let us taste the sweetness of death together. In the void, the semigod Lich, who was laughing maniacally, put his hands together as his exploding mana began to destroy everything around him. The dimensional laws of space were completely distorted by him. In the void, more than 10 faces appeared. Some of them had the heads of oxen, some had the faces of horses, some had the heads of eagles, some had the faces of demons, and some had the faces of beautiful women. However, all of the faces were chanting the same sentence: everything will die one day. Death will come, and death will always be by your side. Death, the envoy of hell, Oxhead and Horseface, was loudly chanting a mysterious language. However, no matter which dimension it was, the mantra of death would always surpass the limits of language, will always. The eagle-headed god controlled time. The instant that he chanted the concept of eternity, the entire battlefield froze over. Will always accompany me. The demon-faced demon's giggling voice was right by my ear. Her ice-cold breath sent chills down my spine, was right by my ear. It was as if the death god was descending on my back. Perhaps she was just another type of death god. I shall die, so you shall die as well. It was still the same declaration. Aso said it calmly as if he was talking about something trivial. However, his determination was as unshakable as a mountain. Powerful mana began to distort the dimensional laws of time and space. On the newly developed battlefield, undead would occasionally transform into nothingness. These were all Aso's subordinates. Since he could even sacrifice his own soul, why couldn't he sacrifice his subordinates whose souls were under his control? All he had to do was connect his souls to the void, and the existences within the void would automatically search for a sacrifice. The strangest scene of this battle occurred. Countless undead suddenly transformed into dust. Large numbers of undead warriors died due to their master's will. Both sides fell into a panic. Emperor, no. In order to obtain the undead emperor's trust, Feyman had signed the most complete soul contract with them more than 20 years ago, obtaining a large amount of secret knowledge. But now, as the highest-ranked and most distrusted top-level combat strength on the battlefield, was it even possible that he wouldn't be sacrificed? Arth. The answer was obviously no. The old Licker's pitiful screams caused everyone to tremble in fear. However, the undead emperor didn't even glance at him. In the end, only a fiercely burning soul torch remained where he was. The former most powerful individual in Shiluor had transformed into the power of origin for Aso to absorb and use. His unfulfilled ambition and lifelong determination had all been reduced to nothingness. I curse this world. Feyman screamed pitifully. Although he didn't say his final curse, it was obvious from his crazed eyes that he was cursing all life to die together with him. Following the undead emperor's decision, all of Feyman's souls, including himself, were thrown into the furnace and transformed into nutrients for this forbidden spell. On the vast ground, countless ghost diagrams were carved. The Soul Reaper was currently prying open the door to the Hades. The curse of death was about to bring endless evil to the mortal world, and all the living would face Armageddon. The forbidden spell, which would have required more than 10 hours to complete, was completed in an instant. Currently, the only thing left of undead Emperor Aso was a crazily laughing skull. Ha ha ha, it's finally here, it's finally here. Everything I paid was worth it. As for the others on the battlefield, they could only watch it happen with their own eyes. Damn, as expected, all undead emperors are insane. Girls shouldn't say such vulgarities. That was what I said through our soul connection. But right now, I was powerless to refute what Feyman said. It would seem that Feyman had truly gone completely insane. What did he mean by wanting everyone to die together with him? Soul's end, it's over. Even I was helpless against such a hopeless situation. If I couldn't even move, how could I possibly stop all of this from happening? After Feyman said the final incantation, the incantation for Soul's End was completed. Soon, the door to the undead planes would open, and negative energy would repeatedly baptize this world. No living person would be able to escape, and I was no exception. How could this be? How could this be? I still had far too many things I hadn't done yet. How could I enter the cycle of reincarnation just like this? Besides, if I died just like this, what would happen to our goal? I still had far too many things I hadn't done yet. I refuse to accept this. I absolutely can't die like this. If I die, what will happen to my country? What will happen to my goal? This time, I won't be the only one supporting me. Silver flames tore apart all shackles. Freedom and ice descended together. Were all undead emperors insane? Only insane individuals could reach the peak of the spirit of obsession. Alright then, let's see who's more insane. The eternal ice river shall arrive, the end of all things. I started chanting the ice river forbidden spell that would bring me eternal sleep. A world of ice and snow began descending. Only forbidden spells could fight against forbidden spells. And since I didn't have enough mana to pay the price of a forbidden spell, then I would have to pay the price of my life force and soul. Soul fire burned fiercely in my eyes. Wasn't it just burning my soul? Wasn't it just risking my life? Wasn't it just being devoured and bitten by the void for 10,000 years? I'll play with you to the end. Before I achieved my goal, even if I became an undead skeleton again, I would still be able to crawl out of hell and the river STYX. Ha, you're such an interesting junior. Alright then, let's just stop joking. Now then, since you're calling me senior, you should accept the inheritance that a senior left behind for a junior. Just as I started burning my soul, I unexpectedly received a message that contained countless precious magical knowledge, including the ultimate forbidden spell that was currently being cast, Soul's Final Song. This is, just as I was astonished by the information I received, I stopped burning my soul. However, the final soul song suddenly deviated slightly. The dimensional door to the death plane opened up, but what walked out wasn't a soul filled with negative energy, nor was it a death god that howled towards us. Asterisk buzz, buzz, buzz. Asterisk there was a tremendous explosion as 6 black pillars of light appeared. That's right, they were identical to the black pillars of light that led to the desecration plane. These were the dimensional doors to the undead planes. All 6 dimensional doors opened up, and countless undead poured into the battlefield. Finally, the magical knowledge that I obtained from Asso allowed me to understand everything that was about to happen. Soul's Final Song, a strategic-level forbidden spell that can open up a dimensional door to the undead planes and summon countless souls and negative energy to cleanse the world. Once released, everything within the spell's range will transform into a pool of negative energy. All living beings will be repeatedly bombarded by instant death magic, and finally become one of the millions of souls. This was Heloise's understanding of this spell. Although this was the closest to the truth, there were still some deviations. It could be seen from the principles of Soul's Final Song that this spell was actually a pure large-scale dimensional magic. The principle of the spell was indeed to open up dimensional doors to undead planes that contained a tremendous amount of negative energy. The Death Song dimension that Asso normally locked onto was one such dimension that was filled with souls and a tremendous amount of negative energy. Undead creatures with physical bodies would be unable to survive there. As long as that dimensional door was completely connected, all living beings would naturally die. However, this time, Asso locked onto 6 normal undead planes. That's right, the 6 undead planes that were about to invade the mortal plane. Corpses, ice, desecration, blood veil, darkness, and death mist. When all 6 dimensional doors opened up, the aura of death such as white frost, poison gas, plague, and so on all poured in. Countless undead armies poured in. The undead calamity had arrived. Asso finally closed his eyes in satisfaction after witnessing all this. His remaining skull fell to the ground. That was the only thing that remained of him. An undead emperor, an existence that was capable of shaking the entire world, had died just like that. Asso had used his own burning soul to forcefully open up all the dimensional doors that had been stuck. He had borrowed the unstable space in this land of spatial turbulence to create a forbidden spell that could only be connected to one undead plane to 6 undead plane. 12 undead emperors were waiting behind the 6-dimensional doors. Although the undead emperors couldn't directly descend upon the mortal plane, the great majority of their undead armies were capable of directly descending upon the mortal plane. The mortal plane was now in great trouble. Undead calamity has descended upon the mortal plane. The legend-ranked storyline quest battle of the 2 dragons has failed. 20,000 fate points have been deducted. The legend-ranked storyline quest slaughter of the 3 snakes has been activated. Please activate the quest's main storyline at the Cloud Tower as soon as possible. System notification. Since you can't be blamed for this, there will be no punishment apart from deducting fate points. However, there will be no punishment if you run too slowly now. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry as I saw an endless undead army. Undead Emperor Asso's final inheritance was quite rich. Not only did it contain magical knowledge, it also contained his past experiences. I now understood why he had made such a great sacrifice. However, now wasn't the time for me to feel sad and melancholic. Damn it, I've been made a fool of. It had been so many years since anyone had made such a fool of me. Asso had used his own experience to teach me a lesson. From the very start, he had intended to sacrifice himself to open up a dimensional door. No matter what I did, this would have been the end result. No, the only difference was that I had taken the initiative to attack and ended up being surrounded. Asso had used himself as bait to viciously trap his descendant. The endless undead army before me were the elite undead warriors of all 6 worlds. These ancient warriors were determined to take back everything they had lost. There was no extra sympathy, no useless schemes, no pity, and no anger in their eyes. All that remained was hatred for the living and a desire to kill. That fluttering black flag was right in front of me. At that moment, I understood Undead Emperor Asso's final decision. He was unwilling to let all of his knowledge go to waste, so he gave all of it to me, the only person capable of inheriting all of it. And if I'm able to survive against such an army, will I even be considered a qualified successor? You're such a strict senior. I slowly raised my battle hammer as holy light gathered on it. My golden wings gave me endless power. Now wasn't the time for me to give up. A hopeless situation? I seemed to have gotten used to it. No matter how I looked at it, this was far better than the previous situation where I had no chance of survival. Death. I'd faced this countless times already. No, I'd experienced this countless times already. I'll survive, I swear. I didn't even need to say any brave words. While the flames in my chest were burning fiercely, I only had the determination to not die here. Get into formation and defend. We still have reinforcements. We haven't lost yet. I shouted loudly as I gathered the wood spirits to organize a defense. As for whether or not reinforcements would actually arrive, I didn't know. Perhaps the Bardi Empire's guards would come to take a look, so I wasn't trying to coax them. At the very least, I needed to boost their morale and persevere for them to have any hope. However, boom. Boom. The sound of cannons rang out in the distance, causing the undead army to explode like bright red flowers. This was an effect that required at least 100 heavy cannons to create. Reinforcements actually arrived. Reinforcements really did arrive. When Harloise's retort collided with my astonishment, I finally understood how deep this silly cat's understanding of me was. I turned around and looked at the Borealis' familiar blue and white paint, which was quite moving. The Mizar, which was steadily firing its cannons, made me feel even more reassured. They're finally here. Weren't the reinforcements that had traveled thousands of kilometers to arrive before me? Calculating the time, they should have arrived long ago. But that wasn't all. The unexpected guests brought me a pleasant surprise. The bone dragon that had just taken flight was shot down, and the gigantic shadows in the sky were now displaying their outstanding killing techniques. A single dragon breath cleared a large area of the ground, and when several dozen dragon breaths gathered together, the entire ground split open. Everything living and non-living in the area was transformed into scorched earth. The Dragon Knight. Halent's here. The colorful dragons finally made their choice as they faced the open undead plain and the endless undead army. The Dragon Knight finally made his choice. Perhaps the ripples of a forbidden spell had attracted them here, but right now, they had their own city behind them. They followed the ancient tradition of being a knight, and at this moment, they had resolved themselves to give everything they had. Your Highness. My companions, Crocer, Eaglestorm, Yoren, Cohen, Lilith, and so on, descended together with the red dragon. They had all arrived. Their swords were still unsheathed. Even though they were facing a despairing enemy, their fighting spirits were still boiling, and their expressions were still calm. That's right, just like me, they had faced far too many difficult situations. Sulphur Mountain City, Red Maple City, and Toon, we had fought all of them. How could they possibly lose their usual calmness in such a battlefield? Wait a moment, boss, what do you mean by wait a moment? All right then, even at such a time, the Draken still sharply noticed that he was receiving special treatment and immediately protested. Stop wasting time, wait a moment. Wait a moment, don't block the way, wait a moment, remember not to drag us down, wait a moment, don't intentionally ruin the mood. Be more serious, we're at war right now. All right then, should I be happy? Even when facing such powerful enemies, they still had the leisure to joke around. Only such warriors would be able to use 100% of their power at any time. It was just that the unlucky wait a minute could only grit his teeth and hold in his anger, preparing to vent his anger on the enemy. But when he innocently asked me to team up with him, I took the lead, raised my warhammer, and charged. Holy light, that enemy is worth fighting. Wait a moment, if you get in the way, be careful of my warhammer. Chapter 287. Asso's story wasn't particularly interesting. Very few people knew how Asso, who stood at the peak of the world, had experienced such a bumpy path. Just like how very few people knew that after the ancient Great Demon Empire and before the Elves' glorious era, there had been a country that had long since perished in history, the Tark Republic. The Republic? That's right, that was a country formed by escaped slaves, farmers who lost their land, and craftsmen who had nothing at all. It was one of the few countries in history that didn't have a ruling class. Perhaps the reason why the Tark Republic wasn't recorded in history was because it was a country that belonged to the undead and magic. Asso F. Millanton. A slave did not have a surname. This name was given to him after he gained his freedom. Millanton was the surname of the priest who had saved him, and F was a special symbol of the Republic. It represented a freed slave. That's right, the powerful Emperor Asso had once been born as a lowly slave. I was born to serve the great demons. Once I grow up, I'll become food for them. My life will be worth it. Humans became nothing more than livestock to the great demons, who were far stronger, more talented, and more cultured than humans. Once their inheritance and culture was cut off, it would only take 3 or 4 generations for all intelligent creatures to return to the most primitive of times. Even after more than 1,000 years, many great demons still maintained the hateful custom of eating humans. There was no need to prove the relationship between ogres and great demons. Slaves, servants, items, and food for them. This was Asso's life. Ever since he was young, Asso had been instilled with such a concept. He had once treated this as the value of his existence. Until one day, don't eat my mother, damned monster. When the great demon Asso decided to turn his own mother into mincemeat, perhaps it was because he still had a will to resist, or perhaps it was the most basic instinct of all creatures to protect their mothers. Even if his wolf and common sense told him that it was only natural for humans to be eaten, that it was the fate of all humans to be eaten, he still acted instinctively. He picked up a meat cleaver and chopped off Asso Walker's head from behind. He even sprinkled kerosene on Asso's body. He ignited Asso's body and transformed it into a blazing torch, completely eliminating Asso's ability to regenerate. In a generation where an adult great demon could easily kill 10 adults, this was an incredible heroic feat. However, what welcomed him wasn't gratitude from his family or respect from his own kind. Why would you do that? Why did you kill Master Walker? What do you want us to do? We'll be killed before we even get fat. No, without food, we'll starve to death first. If you attacked an owner who was abusing his pet, you might get bitten first. Instead, it was the pets that had been rescued that had been educated for many years and generations of slavery. These humans, whose minds were blank, were no different from pets. The end result was that Asso, who had saved his mother, was angrily roared at and hated by his own tribe. In the end, he was tied to a slab of meat and prepared to be used as a sacrifice to appease the great demons. But, kill them all and hang them on the plaza to dry as fodder. Even though the murderer had already been executed, how could the slave tribes that killed the slave masters possibly be forgiven? Otherwise, if this sort of behavior spread, the entire society would be shaken. The evil slave masters even intentionally placed Asso in the same room as his own tribe before executing him. They even maliciously revealed that everyone would die because of him. And so, on the second day, Asso was the first to be hung on the gallows. He had over 100 wounds all over his body, and he even lost one of his eyes and one of his legs. How could the slave masters not only resist? How could domesticated cattle, sheep, and pigs possibly resist? They would only cry at the butcher's knife and obediently give up their necks. Asso's family didn't protect him. The person who stole his right eye was his mother, who he desperately tried to protect. The person who broke his right hand that he used to resist was his father. His starving tribe members treated his foot as their last meal. When humans didn't even treat themselves as humans, it was lamentable, pitiful, laughable, hateful, and pitiful. Before Asso was finally hung on a rope, he stared at his numb tribesman with his bruised and swollen eye. However, there wasn't a single trace of hatred or fear of death in his heart. The only thought in his mind was, "Let's go." How pitiful. As the noose tightened, Asso still didn't feel any fear of death. Instead, he pitied a few more people. "You're not the only ones who are pitiful. I'm pitiful too. No, I should say that humans are pitiful." Before he lost consciousness, he saw a black flag fluttering not far away. It was a strange flag with a black hand holding an oil lamp. Under the flag was a group of strangely dressed people in black. "Child, are you all right?" When he woke up, he discovered that he had been saved by a group of strangers. They called themselves the Blackwill, and they were a group of strange fellows. They told Asso that humans weren't born to become food for trolls. They told Asso that everyone had the responsibility to fight for their own survival. They told Asso that ogres and trolls weren't invincible. They told Asso that not everyone had the courage to fight. They came for him. The black-robed people gave young Asso a choice. He could either stay with his tribe, and they would find a relatively safe valley for him to live in. The other choice was to join them. Asso glanced at his family who were filled with fear and confusion. How could a natural wolf or tiger stay with a cow or sheep? Asso chose the latter without hesitation. "Idiot. We're the righteous ones." The Blackwill had gotten used to using this phrase to deal with their numb tribe members. This seemingly angry roar was actually filled with hope. They hoped that their tribe members would finally wake up. But most of the time, they received nothing in return. If they forced their tribe members to join them, it would be a disaster for both sides. After experiencing countless betrayals, they still chose to shout this slogan. However, only those who were willing to stand up were companions. Otherwise, it would be better for them to continue being cows and sheep. After that, after hundreds of years of bloody battles, the slaves didn't have the will to fight. No matter how fat they were still cows and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Even after awakening as tigers and leopards, they still didn't have the resources to become strong. They didn't have the weapons to fight, and they were in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, their opponents were the winners of the Holy War. The great demon kingdoms that spanned the entire continent had inherited witchcraft, curses, and magic spells that were at the peak of the world. The Blackwill only had their own souls, flesh, and blood. Of course, they also had the obsession to change everything at all costs. But in the Ashi plane, where souls were the source of power, having souls, flesh, and obsession was enough. That's right, the Blackwell had no way to obtain precious magical knowledge and magical ingredients. It was impossible for them to become wise mags. Nor did they have any hunting techniques passed down from generation to generation. It would be impossible for them to become hunters or rangers. It would be difficult for them to eat, run, and sleep well. It would be difficult for them to become excellent warriors with their weak and malnourished bodies. The great demon true gods were the true main gods of the time. It was even more impossible for priests and holy warriors to obtain divine blessings. The mysterious Druil was still exclusive to the elves. However, there was one job class that only needed souls and flesh. That's right, undead mags, villains who played with souls and flesh. Very few people knew that undead mags were once a job class that represented the hope of the entire human species. Perhaps it was a sudden idea of the demons, or perhaps it was a secret trick of a certain death god, but part of the knowledge of undead magic that originated from the ancient demons fell into the hands of the Black Will. The Black Will then swiftly spread this knowledge to all those who resisted. The Black Will's pitch-black battle flag of the Lamplighters came about because of this. They were simply the guides that persisted in their hearts in this pitch-black night. Asso was the same. When he became a black warrior who practiced undead magic, he was only 12 years old. He allied with the elves and obtained precious magical knowledge from the annoying long-eared elves. He split up the great demon kingdoms and incited internal strife among the great demons. He used evil blood sacrifices to please the non-great demon true gods. He gave birth to the first batch of dark warriors. He formed an alliance with the dragons and became a dragon knight. He took one step at a time. After his epic story unfolded and he experienced countless battles, his former companions had all been reduced to corpses. His companions all fell one by one, and that pitch-black battle flag finally landed on his shoulder. Asso F. Miranton, the third senator of the Tark Republic. He had been in office for 172 years. That's right. When that long, drawn-out war between species finally ended, that impetuous youth had already transformed into the undying Lich King. The Tark Republic prided itself on cultivating undead magic. The boundary between life and death had long since been broken. Undead magic had even extended to civilian technology. During the Tark Republic's most powerful period, they even had semigod undead in the triple digits. They had the power to challenge the gods. But of all the things they should never have done, they should never have researched the perfect undead transformation technique. When all the living could easily be transformed into the undead and obtain an endless lifespan, when the entire Tark Republic's population only increased, the cycle of reincarnation was obviously broken. This was obviously a taboo for the gods. And so, a calamity descended upon the Tark Republic. The elves, who were originally the Tark Republic's mage teachers and allies, suddenly attacked the Tark Republic's capital. A forbidden spell directly transformed the capital into a gigantic canyon. This was the wondrous scar of betrayal, whose name had long since been forgotten. Without the protection of the gods, the Tark Republic became the public enemy of all species overnight. All of its cities were surrounded and attacked. The Dark Warriors lost their gods' protection, and the dragons mysteriously left the Tark Republic. Only the undead mags were still able to fight. The Death Knight had yet to be born. The leaders of the Tark Republic were no weaker than the elven scholars, so it wasn't as if they didn't have the power to fight. But this time, the Tark Republic met their mortal enemy. The elven scholars made a new discovery. A special golden energy and ringing sound could cause the undead to instantly fall silent. That's right, that was the original form of holy light. But fortunately, no, perhaps I should say unfortunately, there was an undead archmage who discovered a way to open a dimensional door. He even successfully connected to a dimensional door that contained negative energy. Those dimensional doors were the first few undead planes that had been discovered. Faced with an undefeatable enemy, the Tark Republic's last surviving members escaped into the undead planes. Faced with such a high density of negative energy that the living couldn't possibly survive in, the Tark Republic's perfect undead transformation technology was once again effective. All the living chose to become the undead. The elves' betrayal, the dragons' betrayal, the gods' schemes, undead magic which had once represented glory and freedom, and the source of holy light which had always played a dishonorable role. With all these factors combined, it was easy to understand why this part of history had been forgotten. Nostalgia for the Tark Republic? Hatred for the traitors? Nostalgia for the Tark Republic? Or perhaps it was simply because Asso was unwilling to be forgotten, unwilling to allow the Tark Republic to be lost in history. That was why he unhesitatingly transformed himself into a bridge for the Tark Republic's people to return to their homeland. He also passed on this experience and memory to his descendants as the final evidence of his existence. Perhaps it was also to let his descendants know about the forgotten Tark Republic and justice. Countless dimensional doors were opened, and the undead flooded in like a tidal wave. The undead from the 6 planes were all different in form and species, but they all came from the same place, the Tark Republic, which had been forgotten for thousands of years. Today, these forgotten undead had returned. They raised the banner of the lantern bearers and shouted the same deafening roar of anger. Idiots, we're the righteous ones. Chapter 288. Nobody expected that so many things would happen in the spring of the new year right after the end of the war against the Beastmen in the Northlands. The consecutive events that followed were destined to effectively change the world's situation for a long time to come. When did these changes begin? Was it when undead Emperor Asso suddenly descended and sacrificed everything so that the undead could invade without obstruction? Was it when Amelia accidentally arrived at Port Victoria and accidentally created the wood spirits? Or was it when Roland and Ale arrived and joined forces with the various gods to make a shocking declaration? Right now, it was impossible for anyone to predict such a distant future. The most important thing right now was that the 6 black pillars of light in the distance were giving off a soul-attracting light. When Asso used his life to open up a dimensional door to the other planes, countless undead silently walked out. The scariest undead calamity had arrived. Outside the dimensional door of light, pitch-black battle flags fluttered in the wind. Black-robed knights rode on skeleton warhorses, undead witches with bone staffs in their hands, skeleton mags in groups, and hundreds of liches floated into the dimensional door. The scale and ratio of these mags far surpassed that of an ordinary undead army. They weren't impatient at all. They simply focused on reorganizing the troops that had already arrived. I couldn't even see the borders of the undead. The elites of the 6 planes that had been accumulating for thousands of years were constantly arriving. New reinforcements were also arriving. Countless high-level undead that I recognized and didn't recognize entered. Many gigantic beasts were astonishingly powerful. Just their movements were enough to cause earthquakes. I don't think we can win. Although we were definitely quite powerful, 2 airships, wood spirits, and several dozen dragons, which was more than enough to conquer a small country, it was still impossible for us to win against such an endless stream of high-level undead. If only my red hunting hounds were here, if only I could use infallible defender, the result would definitely be, we still can't win. Look at how many liches there are. That's a fully organized army. No matter how powerful your red hunting hounds are, you're only a single army. You're facing an undead empire, not to mention the 6 kingdoms. Unless you bring out the Yungyar army at its peak, you might have a chance. No, because there are too many factions within the Evernite army, the other party's degree of integration is much higher. Liches are as common as dogs and epics are everywhere. We probably won't be able to win in the end. Alright then, as expected, the silly cat's retort had become an ingrained instinct. However, everyone present knew that she was right. Their opponent was far more powerful than they had expected. When the ancient undead country reawakened and chose to return to the mortal plane, such an opponent was no longer something that a single person or army could deal with. Their opponent would definitely be the entire world. But I'm staring. Why are you all looking at me? Don't you know that a true god's incarnation can only reach the semigod level in the mortal plane? What can a demigod do here? Although he did not know why Ale would send his avatar here, the scroll at his waist was obviously not an ordinary item. Perhaps it could change the outcome of the battle. Furthermore, demigod? A demigod could defeat the great divine power Lady Storm in one blow? Who are you trying to fool? Well, although no one dared to say this out loud, The expressions of the people who came with him were clearly expressing their suspicions on their faces, and it was obvious that they were expressing it. Cough, this is a basic rule of the mortal plane. I have to obey it as well. Rather than saying that little angel was defeated by me, it's more accurate to say that I scared her away. It was already quite nice of him to be willing to explain himself. What else could I say? However, in my eyes, Ael's expression seemed rather off the moment he arrived here. He looked at the place where Asso had disappeared, where the undead emperor's skull was still lying. Ael had a complex expression. He seemed to be reminiscing about something, but he also seemed to be hesitating about something. In the end, he sighed helplessly and didn't do anything. If it was anyone else, they would probably think that he was worried about the undead calamity. However, since I had just obtained Asso's memories, I knew that the Black Will's first knowledge of undead magic came in a mysterious manner. According to the legends, it was either a demon or a certain true god. If it was the latter, then only Ael would be able to do such a thing. I still wanted to say something, but Ael seemed to have seen through everything. He only shook his head slightly and then lightly clapped his hands. And then, we were now in a familiar forest, surrounded by towering trees. In just an instant, Ael teleported us back to the Forest of Dreams. There was only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves and the sound of a small stream flowing nearby. However, the undead outside the forest and the noise in the distance seemed to be in a completely different world. Take this. I took what Ael tossed to me. It was half a skull. This was the only thing that Asso had left behind. Since he gave his inheritance to you, you should deal with this as well. You should take care of this as well. It should be at least a semigod equipment. Based on that brat's personality, he doesn't like to be left alone. He's most afraid of being forgotten by others. Let's have him leave his reputation behind in another way. At this point, it was likely that everyone knew that the death god before us was somehow related to the undead. Ael didn't intend to hide anything as he spoke slowly. Actually, Roland, I knew that he would definitely choose you. After all, your personality is far too similar to his. Don't be in a hurry to refute me. My words are based on evidence. Both of you are normally quite casual. Whenever something important is touched on, or if you're forced to your limits, you'll instantly go insane. Both of you are exactly the same. Let me ask you something. If you were in his situation, would you choose to be as crazy as him and make the same choice? Of course I wouldn't, right? Alright then, I had to admit that if I was in his situation, I would probably go even crazier. More importantly, the two of you seem quite realistic, but you're actually both idealists who believe in your dreams. You even have the power to turn dreams that others don't dare to believe into reality. Do you really think that he doesn't know about everything you've done in the Northlands? He's already acknowledged you. Since he chose you in the end, properly accept his present. I silently nodded as I put away the half of Roland's skull that had already transformed into a mercury-like substance. As for the even more precious inheritance, it was now stored in my mind. Nobody would be able to steal it away from me. Now that I thought about it, I felt a lingering fear. After all, from a certain standpoint, if I hadn't actively provoked Ael, hadn't stepped on the brakes, and truly succeeded in creating an undead country, perhaps I would have ended up just like Asso. But what about the undead outside? Although I didn't know who this seemingly powerful young man before me was, nor did I understand why the atmosphere had suddenly become so heavy, while everyone else was abnormally silent, little Rosa only cared about whether or not her home would still be threatened. Undead? Does that have anything to do with you? Do you have any way of stopping them? Could it be that you intend to have a final battle against the undead? Ael was quite interested as he looked at little Rosa. After all, it had been so many years, and it was rare for Aishi to have a new species. The world had become even livelier than before. Of course it's related. If they use forbidden spells to attack the forest again. Alright then, little Rosa immediately blushed. Since she had received Amelia's knowledge and inheritance, she only needed to think about it to realize that there was no need to ask such a question. Due to the lack of elemental tide, the undead emperors wouldn't be able to descend for quite some time if they didn't want to repeat Asso's mistake. And in the current undead army, even if there were top-level mags capable of casting forbidden spells, They wouldn't be able to threaten the Forest of Dreams as long as they weren't at Asso's level. And the most important thing was, the undead no longer have any need to attack the Forest of Dreams. That's right, there was no longer any need for the undead to continue fighting. Previously, the undead army had wanted to conquer the Forest of Dreams no matter what in order to get rid of this stone that was blocking the connection to the mortal plane. This would open up the connection to the desecration plane and allow the undead army to successfully descend. But now, not only the desecration plane, even the 6 other undead planes had been connected to each other. The undead would still be able to invade the Forest of Dreams without any obstructions. Why did the undead still insist on conquering the Forest of Dreams? This would result in huge losses and no benefits at all. Obviously, it wasn't a wise decision. If I was the undead commander, for example, I would simply ignore this metal turtle that was covered in thorns and focus on my next strategic goal. Wasn't this just a port that had become a dead port? The Bardi Empire had such a vast territory, and there were so many regions for the undead to choose from. They could completely ignore this port. At this point, I could more or less understand the undead's strategic goal now that I had obtained some of Asso's memories. They simply wanted to regain their glory and rebuild the Tark Republic. However, a country with only the dead wouldn't be enough. A country without new blood would rapidly decay even if it didn't have any external enemies. Casolan's tears. Could it be that the technology for transforming living humans into intelligent undead is still around? Then the accumulated poison is the catalyst for the medicine. Damn it, whenever Asso's memories were related to the undead's plans, they would become incomplete or even blank. Senior, you've truly considered everything, but since there was no ready answer, it wasn't difficult to guess the undead's next goal. It was likely that the undead emperors had already viewed the Bardi Empire's citizens as their future citizens. They only had one goal, to create a new system that would allow the ancient Tark Republic to return to the stage of history. This would allow their citizens to enjoy the same rights as other species. And once this was achieved, it would be possible for them to take revenge on the elves and dragons, or even directly attack the gods. Unlike Shiluor, which was relatively loose and didn't have any internal conflicts, the Tark Republic was much more united and strict. The undead's chances of victory wouldn't be low. In that case, since the Bardi Empire would be fighting over living space and resources, it would be necessary for them to have conflicts with the neighboring countries. This would be a fundamental conflict of interests, so it would be impossible to avoid it. But right now, I still couldn't figure out how to make the Bardi Empire's major nobles and feudal nobles give up resisting and obediently transform into the undead. In the end, war and internal conflicts would be inevitable. Suddenly, I understood why my 2 dragons fight quest had become 3 snakes slaughter quest. When only the Bardi Empire and the Mage Country were fighting against each other, it would naturally be 2 dragons quest. But now that the Undead Republic was added into the mix, it would naturally become 3 snakes quest. We would also need to make our own choices and work hard. After thinking about it for a while, my final conclusion was the same as before. Although I sympathized with the Undead Republic, they had now become invaders of the mortal plane. It would be impossible to help them, and the ultimate goal they were working hard for would definitely cause the gods to feel anxious and afraid. This was a path that had already been proven by history to be doomed to failure. How could I possibly walk down that path again? But it was also quite unsettling to passively wait for the undead to make a decision. Roland, do you still remember the report you gave me? I discussed it with everyone and felt that it was feasible. Don't you think that this is a perfect opportunity to experiment? As long as the plan goes smoothly, the wood spirits will at least be safe for a while. Just because of their current location, it seems that they're destined to face a long period of war. You shouldn't interfere too much and affect the wood spirit's future potential. Even I was astonished when I mentioned my plan. That plan had far too many implications. It would affect the benefits of countless people and even the true gods. At the time, I had only mentioned it as a joke. I never expected that Ale and the others would actually be so courageous. Then, what should we do? Ale's incarnation smiled and didn't reply. Instead, he lightly tore open the first scroll in his hand. The signature on the back belonged to the god of fate. Sign here, and then read after me. We declare. Chapter 289. I am the death god Ale, the overseer of the cycle of reincarnation and the protector of order. Now that the holy war has begun, I declare that we shall declare war against the Chaos faction and all invaders from other dimensions. This simple declaration astonished all living beings. No, not only ordinary people, even the true gods and demons were astonished by this ancient god's sudden declaration in such a calm tone. Perhaps this was just a simple declaration of war, but the underlying meaning and political implications it represented made everyone ponder deeply. A declaration of war? Why was there a declaration of war? Hadn't all the previous holy wars been started in such a muddled manner? Why was it the death god Ale who declared war? Based on the current situation of the Order faction, even if a declaration of war was necessary, it should have been the god of holy light, the pillar of the Order faction. The other main gods hadn't even said anything yet. Why was it Ale, who had always stayed out of so many holy wars, suddenly speaking up? Just what was he intending to do? Wasn't he worried that the god of holy light would be displeased? Right, he even used the word we, which meant that apart from him, who else could it be? Could it be that the gods were fighting amongst themselves? Could it be that the true gods of the Order faction were already beginning to split? Just the first declaration alone was enough for the sharp-witted to notice that a storm was brewing. But if one looked deeper into it, it would be an unimaginable fear. I nodded in agreement. This was what I had expected as well. War without declaration? Fight without being defeated? Get along on the surface, but secretly go about their own business. That's right. There's no need for us to directly cause trouble with the god of holy light and his follower gods. All we need to do is fight for the right to speak in the holy war. Only I am righteous, and those who are just receive help. In the midst of chaos, the one with the loudest voice is the righteous one. Only those who have the right to speak are the righteous ones. Since this is a script where evil is defeated by justice, we need to think of ways to become the side that represents justice and morality. This declaration of war was the first step in fighting for public opinion. On the surface, it showed the ambitions of the Ale faction. This seemingly meaningless declaration of war was actually using the holy war as an excuse to raise the flag of the Ale faction. Thus, an Order faction that was different from the god of holy light was born. Yep, on the surface, Ale's side was still on the Order side, but on the inside, it was obvious that they were fighting each other, so what was the point of Order? Even if he wasn't on the Chaos side, he was at least on the neutral side. However, merely raising a flag was definitely not enough. No one was willing to board a dangerous ship that could capsize at any time. Everyone knew which side they should take in the face of the Holy Light faction's super-powerful strength. Even though the Holy War wouldn't erupt anytime soon due to the Holy War, it was obvious that we were at odds with the god of Holy Light system. If the god of Holy Light won the Holy War in the future, it was almost certain that there would be a great battle. That's why we need to use this Holy War as an opportunity. Not only do we need to take the initiative, but we also need to strengthen our own faction. At the very least, we need to be on par with the Holy Light faction. These words seemed rather contradictory. If the ship wasn't large and stable enough, it wouldn't be able to attract customers, and if there weren't any customers, it wouldn't be able to gather enough money to buy a large ship. However, I knew a way to resolve this contradiction. Have you heard of Amway? No. That's great. Cough, wait, we're not as overboard as Amway. We're not spreading the word. At the very least, we're doing direct sales. Alright, simply speaking, all we need to do is make our customers believe in us and spend money to buy various ship parts for us. It's the equivalent of raising funds to buy a ship. Once they've invested enough money and shares, when their interests are aligned with ours, they naturally won't be able to leave the ship. But how exactly should I do this? Actually, it was quite simple. I had a ready-made example right here, my deceptive system. When it came to making others fall into a pit, who could possibly compare to this deceptive system that had made me fall into a pit for several hundred years? All we needed to do was give everyone a system, and then the neutral true gods would naturally have the right to speak. Everyone would then fight for them, and then pay the price in return, gradually growing stronger. This was the so-called dragon proudly raising plan. That's right, as the war progressed, the current holy war in the game's history was destined to be the last holy war. The enemies kept growing stronger and stronger, making it so that even the cheat-like players couldn't keep up with the speed of growth. In the end, they all died on the endless path of conquest. But when I looked back at the game's history, I felt that this was only natural. For quite a long period of time, these outsiders didn't have any sense of belonging to this world. Everything they did was based on their own interests. Perhaps today they would fight for the glory of order, but tomorrow they would betray their faction for the sake of some powerful demon who promised them a beautiful myth-ranked sword. There were even more who transformed themselves into demons and undead. A blade without conviction is meaningless. Power without guidance will only harm oneself. Meanwhile, the original residents were completely different. They had their own people and their own homes, so they had a firm stance. However, their birth determined their stance. They were too deeply involved, and it would be difficult for them to break free. They were restricted by their country and species. Just the various internal wars had lasted for an unknown amount of time, and countless talents and resources had been lost. By the time they learned who their true enemies were, it was already too late. Not only that, due to all sorts of rules and regulations, their growth speed was also limited. They were unable to keep up with their increasingly powerful enemies, and the further they progressed, the more powerless they became. In this real world, there were no players who didn't have a stance to speak of. The original residents were our only hope. However, just them alone wouldn't be enough. That's why we need to give them the direction of our swords. We need to give them a shortcut to growth, and give them the possibility to jump out of their own narrow-mindedness. This was the strategic goal that I mentioned in my report. As long as we accomplished this, the original residents would transform into our swords. Even if we didn't count the power of true gods that their devout faith would transform into, the power we possessed would naturally continue to grow. Inconceivable? Impossible to control? Just like what my system had done to me, that would be enough. Although there was indeed no other system in this world, we had a true God. If my system could do it, wouldn't a true God who was connected to the foundational dimensional laws of Aishi be able to do it? I am the god of fate, Cassio, the weaver of fate, the guardian of order. I declare that I shall declare war against the Chaos faction and all invaders from other dimensions. When that golden scroll was opened, Cassio's declaration echoed throughout the endless land. However, the truly important part came after he made his stance clear. I am the goddess of moonlight Patricia, the guardian of the night, the guardian of order. I declare that I shall declare war against the Chaos faction and all invaders from other dimensions. Another silver scroll was torn open, and yet another powerful god made a declaration. A gentle female voice also made a sonorous declaration of war. We shall be responsible for guarding and supervising the Chaos faction. We shall mark all invaders from other dimensions and villains of chaos. All brave individuals who fight for justice and order shall be rewarded by the Order Gods. 2 divine power scrolls, 1 gold and 1 silver, transformed into pure divine power. The 2 divine power blended together and transformed into a divine power forbidden spell that became a pillar of light that reached the heavens. The next instant, even though it was still daytime, boundless moonlight descended upon this place. It's dark. The galaxy, how is this possible? Under the combined forbidden spell of 2 powerful gods, the entire world was covered in darkness. A beautiful galaxy appeared before everyone's eyes. Nobody dared to ignore such a declaration anymore. In the god of fate's palace, Cassio untied the fate web that had already been weaved. The fate web that had lost control collapsed into numerous knots, which then dissolved into numerous threads of fate. All fates became intertwined, and all fates became unknown. From this moment onwards, nobody would ever be able to use prophecy magic again. Everyone's future became unpredictable. The moment that Cassio lost control over the threads of fate, his divine power greatly decreased. He directly dropped from a powerful god to a mid-level god, and was still dropping. Meanwhile, the same thing was happening in the goddess of moonlight's divine domain. This was where starlight gathered. The goddess of moonlight, whose divine body had mostly transformed into moonlight and starlight, was now at her weakest. In just a short moment, she also became a mid-level god. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation had gone down the drain, and the two true gods had almost become enemies with the god of holy light. Since these two true gods had paid such a heavy price, it was only natural that they wanted even more. The divine power that they had lost intertwined and started to weave a starry web that covered the entire world. They would become omnipresent observers that would sense this world. Meteors streaked across the sky. Countless stars flashed furiously, and all intelligent creatures felt as if they were being watched. Countless thin threads spread out along with the divine power, while the grey stardust landed on the undead outside the forest that were currently entering the mortal plane. Red insignias representing calamity were imprinted on the undead's bodies, while the residents of the mortal plane had blue starlight insignias on their foreheads. This starry web created by the power of fate and moonlight was a perpetual forbidden spell. From now on, anyone who entered this plane would touch the starry web. Any existence that entered this plane without permission would be imprinted with an insignias of insignias. These insignias didn't have any offensive abilities. Their only use was to mark those non-order residents and point them out on the maps of the major churches. After the two true gods paid a tremendous price, the starry web was completed. From now on, their priests and holy temple knight would be able to use all sorts of guidance and exploration-type divine arts through the starry web. Nobody would be able to escape detection under the omnipresent starry web. This was also the main point that I mentioned on the first page of my report. First, what we need to do is to point out who is the mortal plane's enemy and who is the mortal plane's friend. This was the first and most important step to take. Yep, it'll be best if we can use a divine forbidden spell to imprint it permanently. Although we'll have to pay a high price, only then will we be able to obtain a high level of authority. This will also allow people to trust the truthfulness and neutrality of the spell. Right, don't forget to leave a backdoor to control it. Once everyone believes that the target we're pointing out is the true enemy, heh. At this moment, even Ale himself heaved a sigh of relief. Although the starry web would take many more days to complete, this was the best he could do to stop it now. Soon, the starry web would become a part of this world's foundational natural laws. By the time the main gods realized this, apart from killing the two true gods, there would be no other way to stop the starry web's existence. And if anyone wanted to find trouble with the two true gods who would recover their divine power through hibernation, they'd have to ask Ale himself first. From today onwards, the three true gods' divine realms would be linked together. Ever since ancient times, Ale would no longer fear any god's challenge. And right now, in the Forest of Dreams, I was admiring the dazzling starlight and reading the lines that Ale had prepared for me. I pretty much knew what I needed to do, so I spoke up. I am Wumianzi, the god of law and contracts, the overseer of law, the protector of order. I declare that I shall declare war against the Chaos faction and all invaders from other dimensions. I am Benny, the guardian god of craftsmen and dwarfs, the discoverer and researcher of new techniques, the protector of order. I declare that I shall declare war against the Chaos faction and all invaders from other dimensions. I am Bayana, the goddess of wealth, the wielder of wealth, the protector of order. I declare that I shall declare war against the Chaos faction and all invaders from other dimensions. One main god, two powerful gods, and three mid-level gods. Just the power that Ale was currently displaying was enough to make it so that no faction would dare to underestimate him. Fine then, I guessed that he now had one main god and 5 mid-level gods, but this definitely wasn't the entirety of Ale's forces. It was likely that nobody knew what else Ale had under his command. At this moment, I took a deep breath. I knew that the entire world would change as I spoke my next declaration. As the creator and overseer of the contract, all those who wish to fight for justice and order may sign a contract with me, becoming a warrior who protects their home and order. No matter what your status or identity was in the past, after signing the contract, you shall become comrades and brothers who will help each other. Those who betray the dimension and allies shall be punished by the contract, while those who fight for the dimension shall be rewarded by the gods according to the contract. After I finished my declaration, Benny, the god of craftsmen, spoke up once again. And in order for the contract to be successfully carried out, all contractors may receive a hero's armband from me. This armband will record the warrior's combat achievements and experiences, and use this to calculate the justice points the warriors receive. The first batch of 100,000 justice points is limited. First come, first served. As for the second batch, wait until I'm free. Benny had been born as a dwarf. His voice was sharp and ear-piercing, which was unique to dwarfs. Even though he was a true god, he still had the dwarf's mischievous personality. As the protector of wealth, the justice points that represent honor and wealth shall be exchanged with me for the god's precious treasures. Treasures that have existed for tens of millions of years. Our treasure trove is quite abundant. The fountain of eternal youth, myth-ranked god equipment, fine wine, beautiful women, royal nobles, and even the chance to ascend to godhood. Anything you can think of, we have it. But, we don't accept debts. We only accept cash. The goddess of wealth Bayana's declaration was quite personal, but it was actually the most important part. Why would others risk their lives for you if there were no rewards or rewards? And the Ale Divine system had also invested quite a bit. Just a glance at the items that could be exchanged for made me want to rob them. Alright then, at this level, it was likely that everyone could tell that while others treated this game as another world, I treated this world as a game. Since there were no cheat-like players in this world, I might as well create more of them. Dragon Mass Production Plan. What's the scariest thing in this world? It's the main character's dragon mass production plan. Why are all those legends filled with undying cockroaches? That's because those who aren't strong enough will all die on the way, so naturally there won't be any legend. This time, the first batch of 100,000 justice points will be released. Let's see how many main character lives there will be. Bosses, tremble in fear. The Footman Army is coming. Chapter 290. If life was a game, then it would definitely be a terrible game that wouldn't sell. By Roland. If the world of Aishi was a game, then it would definitely be a super piece of *T that would make people want to kill the designer's entire family. By Roland. The world wasn't balanced at all. Life was full of hardships. Hard work could change one's fate. Such a convenient life only existed in Knight's novels or Chicken Soup for the Soul. The reason why the legendary legends of heroes were so widely spread was because their experiences were inconceivable and eye-catching. They were the result of countless coincidences and miraculous encounters. As for the Chicken Soup for the Soul's saying, only those who love to work hard will win. Theoretically speaking, it wasn't wrong. You wouldn't win if you didn't work hard. It was probably just that objective conditions, innate conditions, personal background, the direction and method of working hard, the steps to achieve your goal, the 99% chance of failure, and so on were left out. Alright, that basically didn't count as much. Probably all that was left was a name and the result of success. If everything could be settled just by having a good attitude, then the rules of the world that were so convenient would be unacceptable. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. Even if a dragon with a golden bloodline slept all day, it would still be able to easily crush an ordinary gold-ranked human when it matured. No matter how hard an ordinary human worked, they would still be unable to defeat a beastman warrior of the same rank. Yet, beastmen warriors had obvious physical advantages and excellent combat instincts. It was also generally easier for them to advance in rank compared to humans. Wouldn't it be fine if they were all humans? At the very least, there wouldn't be a huge difference between humans of the same race, right? But in reality, it was the exact opposite. The difference between humans of the same race would be even greater. The knowledge and funds needed to become a mage were definitely not something an ordinary rich merchant could afford. If you were a genius, well, there wouldn't be much of a difference. Geniuses would grow faster, but they would need more resources in a short amount of time. No matter how much of a genius you were, you would still need magical knowledge, magical materials, and magical books. Archmages didn't even have enough for themselves. Even if they had leftovers, they would give them to their family and friends. Why would they give them to an outsider like you? Genius. As long as the population was large enough, there would be no lack of geniuses and eccentrics in this world. That was why, unless one was incredibly lucky and was accepted as a personal disciple by a master who didn't lack money, or became a prince or a major noble of some country, a young mage's path of learning would be quite pitiful. Many would risk their lives to earn school fees while they were still newbies. Marguerite was the most obvious example. She was born as a commoner and spent a considerable amount of time adventuring. The money she earned wasn't even enough for her research, so she grew up with experiences like robbing, stealing, swindling, and so on. Back then, Fine, let's not talk about Amelia and Heloise. Even a semigod mage like Amelia was having a headache over research funding, let alone an ordinary mage. Their ability to earn money was directly proportional to their magic level and equipment. This was the case for mags who needed funds. Would warriors and other classes be better off? It was the exact opposite. Classes that required physical training would have even higher requirements for birth. A person's best growth period was only a few years, 9 to 16 years old. If they missed out on this golden period and didn't have a solid foundation, then they would never be able to advance in power level in this lifetime. The poor were scholars, while the rich were martial artists. Large amounts of physical activity would require sufficient nutrition. If one wanted to improve quickly, they would need nourishment as well. One could even use precious medicinal ingredients to break through bottlenecks. However, these weren't things that commoners could afford. Although warriors and other job classes were the most common, the success rate of these job classes was actually the lowest. Most people would never be able to advance in power level in their entire lives. In this world where power represented status, even basic sword techniques weren't something commoners could come into contact with. It was even easier for one to reach a bottleneck when practicing sword techniques. If one wasn't careful, it would be troublesome if one took the wrong path. Famous families and nobles all had their own sword techniques to pass down. In the legends of heroes, there would also be many miraculous encounters, such as finding a white-bearded old sword saint in a ring, or suddenly being recognized by a certain principal. This wasn't something that only existed in this world. If Adam hadn't met Rollo back in the day, no matter how talented he was or how hard he worked at practicing his sword, he would at most be a city guard who would take an arrow to the knee. Although it was cruel, this was the truth. This was also why Roland said that this world was definitely a terrible game. The other job classes were about the same. The slightly better job classes were probably the divine job classes. What they valued the most was dedication and loyalty, as well as whether or not one had a good understanding of the true gods and their teachings. Priests would typically have to serve the church from a young age. It would be impossible for them to leave the church for the rest of their lives. They would be loyal servants of the true gods until they died. The requirements to become a holy knight were quite low. It was just that the requirements to become a holy knight were slightly higher. Their training and supplies would all be quite systematic. However, in the future. Alright, I won't repeat myself. Being a holy knight was already pitiful enough, so there was no need to rub salt into their wounds. Oh, right. There was another job class that also had a very low requirement to become a holy knight. This job class would also include a job class. That was the job class, Druil. Yep, the child of ambition who wore animal skins, the Wild Bull faction didn't even use animal skins, and wielded a wooden staff, the Druil couldn't use metal weapons, would welcome you. In the future, you wouldn't even need to use money. It was just that sometimes your work would be rather dangerous, and it would be quite easy for you to be placed on the wanted list. However, if you slept in the wilderness every day, you wouldn't need to worry about paying your mortgage. You also had animal companions and shape-shifting magic, so you wouldn't even need to worry about paying for your car. All in all, there was a job class that would save you a lot of money. Alright, everyone should have already guessed it. With the Tark Republic as the proof, that job class would be undead mags. As long as you had the most basic teaching materials, along with free experimental equipment, you could even become a self-taught genius. There would be no upper limit to how powerful you could become, and there would even be additional benefits such as transforming into an undead Lich. Apart from the fact that you would be hunted down by the Holy Church and that you would become more and more inhumane if you went astray in your cultivation, there were basically no downsides to this job class. Cough, it seemed that I'd gotten off topic. Let's get back to the main topic. At this point, everyone should understand that nothing would be easy. Everyone loved to read legendary stories, and they all hoped to become the main character of a legendary story. They would have endless miraculous encounters, and their power level would constantly increase as they adventured. However, the problem was that there were extremely few main characters with such a life, while the vast majority of people would be mediocre for their entire lives. Only then would a story be truly attractive. Who wouldn't want a divine weapon? Who wouldn't want outstanding sword techniques? Who wouldn't want precious magical knowledge? That was why it was called a miraculous encounter, which was why everyone loved it so much. Perhaps some people would be willing to be mediocre in the end because their talent and hard work would only allow them to reach that level. However, some people would be stuck in mediocrity because they were lacking something. Would they regret missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Would they be unwilling to spend the rest of their lives alone? Would they like to go one step further? That's possible, as long as you successfully sign a contract with the God of Contracts and become a hero who fights for the mortal plane. I could already imagine what those people who were unwilling to waste their entire lives would do when the exchange list appeared on every major city's bulletin board. Those who still had great ambitions would do. Your talent in martial arts was poor. You missed out on the golden period of cultivation. Take a look at the marrow-cleansing holy water left behind by the great demons. After drinking it, I guarantee that not even the barbarian tribe leader or beastman royalty would be able to learn martial arts faster than you. Dear, it only costs 1,000 justice points. You don't have a great teacher to guide you or powerful martial arts. Dear, you're so lucky. This is the 18 dragon subduing palms and Gandalf's divine staff. It only costs 100 justice points. Only 100 justice points. You want to learn magic? The draconic mad curses also costs 100 justice points. What? You've already been stuck at the peak of the silver rank for 10 years. Why don't you try this elven spring? It only costs 10,000 justice points, and you'll be able to break through your bottleneck within 3 months. It's a little expensive, but think about it. You're a gold master, a master. From now on, even nobles will have to lower their heads and call you a master whenever they see you. You'll feel that your life has been worth it. You're already a legend. You don't have any other needs. Dear, a legend sword saint with a superior weapon, and you call that not having any needs? Here's the sun god's bow, the fist of Zeus, and the chaos twin blades. They're all epic equipment. What? Never heard of them? Of course I've never heard of them. These were just custom made. There are 13 different models of the sun god's bow. The more expensive, the better. Look, this is the legendary level Apollo 13. It can really shoot down the sun. What? I don't like it at all. You want a god equipment? No problem. Find the god of craftsman Benny and have it custom made. If you want a halberd, make a halberd, and if you want a short stick, make a short stick. Semigod equipment costs 100,000 justice points each, legendary level equipment costs 10,000 each, and superior equipment costs 100. That's cheap. You insist on a god equipment. That's fine too. Bring me a god equipment material. If you kill a semigod undead emperor, you should be able to obtain 1 or 2 god equipment. Bring it over and we'll help you refine it for free. If it's not a god equipment, we'll compensate you instead. I can't beat you. Then there's no helping it. How about you leave the 2 million justice points with me for now? I'll see if there are any bosses willing to sell it to me. Anyone passing by, come take a look. A semigod equipment replica of the Lich King's sword only costs 100,000 justice points. It also comes with a set of ice armor and an evil ice cape. I guarantee that you'll look even more like an evil boss than the Lich King. A 100-year companion contract with an adult dragon only costs 99,000 justice points. That's even cheaper than a semigod equipment. What? You're asking what this is? Do you know about the Dragon Knight? Just take this and you'll know. Even if you're a semigod, there's something here that you want. You've already seen god equipment, inheritances, and so on. And if you, a semigod, want to become a true god, you'll need a divine concept and a divine concept. The only way to obtain these things is to slay a god. Are you certain that you'll be able to accomplish this? However, we have a divine concept left behind by Rose here, as well as several divine concepts under Ael's system. Would you like to try? If you don't want to become a god, there are also research notes left behind by powerful semigods and dimensional lords. Those are the most foundational secrets. I'm sorry, these things won't be sold no matter how many justice points you have. You'll first have to prove your worth and loyalty before we'll consider it. Of course, having a sufficient number of justice points is also a part of the consideration. How about you maintain your position as the #1 justice point god for a year? Only the god's treasure troves would have more treasures than the dragon's nest. This time, Ael and his companions were going all out. Looking at the dazzling list of treasures, there were all sorts of wondrous treasures that had long since gone extinct in the world of Aeshi. Perhaps even semigods would voluntarily serve them. Of course, the true gods will also receive a lot of rewards for this. It will be very complicated to explain, but I am afraid that as long as this plan succeeds, at least 2 of our 5 mid-level divine powers will become main gods. This will be the biggest reward. News spread quite quickly. Since mercenaries were quite common in Ike, most ordinary warriors felt that this was nothing more than another long-term employment contract. The only difference was that the rewards were quite high, and the employer was a god. Ordinary warriors weren't sensitive enough to notice that there was something fishy going on between the true gods, so how could they possibly refuse such a miraculous encounter? The 100,000 armlets from the beta testing are gone in a single day. Would you like to replenish them? Don't replenish them on the surface. Replenish them by 10,000 in private, and sell them all on the black market. At least 10,000 gold coins for each armlet. Right, the public beta armlets are now accepting pre-orders. The pre-order fee starts at 1,000 gold coins, and we don't accept refunds. Chapter 291. When the sky above us returned to normal, along with the Milky Way and the night sky, that frightening declaration of the gods finally ended. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Let's not even talk about the effects of Aya's declaration. Everyone present could sense that a storm was brewing. Apart from Harlois, who had some prior understanding, even I didn't expect Aya to be so decisive and resolute in his actions. It was obvious that he was breaking ties with the Holy Light system just like that. Consequences. Relations with the Holy Light. What's the point of thinking so much? Do whatever you want. I'll support you. After saying this, Ael's incarnation vanished without a trace. Sometimes, Ael's carefree attitude rendered others speechless. But I had to admit that he indeed had the power to not be afraid of the Holy Light faction turning against him. He was also quite insightful. Now was indeed the best time to make a decision. The undead army had arrived, and the dimensional invasion was unstoppable. It could be said that the Holy War had begun on all fronts. Taking the initiative to declare war and seize the limelight was doubtlessly the most important thing. Yep, since it was all for the limelight and attention, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was for the headlines. Outside of our forest, the current situation hadn't changed at all. The undead armies of the 6 undead planes had already successfully landed on the continent, and the undead calamity had already taken shape. No matter why the undead had come here in the first place, it was obvious what they would do next: war. That's right, no matter whether or not their actions were justifiable, whether or not their actions were righteous in their own eyes, this was still a war of aggression, a major war that was destined to be filled with rivers of blood. The undead wanted to establish their own country, but there was no longer a country for them here. Time passed, and everything changed. This was now part of the Bardi Empire's territory. Indeed, the people who returned from their homeland didn't have the right to return to their homeland. In that case, wouldn't the people who had lived here for thousands of years have the right to protect their own homes and territories? Oftentimes, wars didn't break out because of so-called justice or evil. It was simply because of the struggle for survival. A king could allow his subjects to cooperate with dangerous terrorists, but no matter what, he could not allow his subjects to abandon their homes. No, this kind of words could not even be said. The moment he said it, all of his subjects would see him as their mortal enemy. No matter how loyal his subjects were, they would raise the flag of rebellion. The Bardi citizens were willing to accept a small number of intelligent undead as upper-class nobles, But that didn't mean that they were willing to be ruled and enslaved by the undead. The mega-empires had their own pride. The Bardi citizens were incredibly prideful, and it was impossible for them to accept being enslaved by other species. I didn't know what Asso's original plan was, but by now, both sides had a fundamental conflict of interest. The conflict was already irreconcilable, and war had already broken out. I'm going back to the capital. I'm going to ask His Majesty Aulus for an explanation. After discussing a certain matter, Halent was still worried about the situation in the capital, so he absolutely needed to go back and take a look first. He also had a large Dragon Knight squadron with him. In order to strengthen his resolve to fight Aulus to his heart's content, I even casually gave him a research report on Casolan's tears, as well as information on the undead's possible schemes, such as large-scale undead transformations. Of course, I also had some doubts about the Bardi Empire's upper echelon's slow reactions and illogicality. I also gave some suggestions on how to mobilize the masses if the situation turned bad. Halent, Night Rain City needs to make preparations for war as well. If the undead decide to directly attack Night Rain City after reorganizing themselves, you can consider contacting the Mage Country. Perhaps it'll be far more effective than asking for reinforcements from the capital. Right, since the enemy is the undead, don't forget about the Holy Church. They're such excellent cannon fodder. Halent hesitated for a moment after hearing my words, but he didn't retort. It seemed that he had listened to me. Ever since the undead began their invasion, the Tark Republic, Bardi Empire, and Mage Country had become like three giant pythons tangled with each other, just as the system's quest, Three Snake Slaughter, had mentioned. They were like three giant pythons that revolved around each other, fighting for the right to live and the right to live. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts of interest between them. The Bardi Empire and the Mage Country were already enemies. Meanwhile, the Undead Country and the Living Country had fought countless battles over living space. It would seem that each of the three countries was hostile to the other two. The relationship between these three countries was far too familiar with each other's relationships. Stop them. Stop them with what? To use an old saying that might not be appropriate, in front of the wheel of history, anyone who tried to stop them would be like a foolish mantis trying to stop a chariot. The previous battles at the front lines had been small in scale, so perhaps they were still manageable. But when two mega-empires fully mobilized their forces, when the Tark Republic, which occupied 6 dimensions and had 12 semigod undead emperors, individual strength and even 1 or 2 armies would become meaningless. This was a battle between mega-empires against mega-empires. In front of these three behemoths, my little foundation in the Northlands wouldn't even count as a fraction of what they had. 4 ounces of strength would require at least 4 ounces of strength. Right now, we were nothing more than a pinky. They still wanted to mediate. Wait until they had sacrificed enough to prove that they couldn't defeat their opponents in one fell swoop. Or, perhaps I could suppress the strength of these 3 factions and directly suppress them, forcing them to negotiate. Of these 3 factions, Tark's undead were dishonorable invaders, as well as the mortal planes enemy. And if they successfully entered the Bardi Empire, no matter if they massacred the Bardi Empire to create an army of reinforcements or a large-scale transformation of the undead, none of these would be acceptable to the mortal planes residents. Peace was what everyone wanted, but it seemed that it wouldn't be possible in the near future. In that case, let's first preserve a seed of peace. Perhaps Asso had already seen through everything. Perhaps he had another reason for giving me these memories. Perhaps he wanted me to act as a third party when the situation permitted me to. And as Wu Mianxi's god envoy, as well as a former undead emperor, I would likely be the most acceptable mediator for both sides. The best result that Asso expected would be to take over more than half of the Bardi Empire's territory, and then mediate to achieve diplomatic peace with the other factions. However, this goal would probably be unacceptable to the Bardi Empire, nor would it be acceptable to the citizens and nobles who had lost their land and loved ones. In that case, Asso would need to have a proper battle and use strength to make the Bardi Empire accept this. The undead were still constructing defensive structures and organizing their armies. Judging from the undead's current behavior, it was quite obvious what they were going to do next. They would do their best to gather their troops and prepare for a major battle without disturbing a third party. And once they finish their preparations, with the speed at which the dimensional door reinforcements are increasing, it's only a matter of time before the current territory becomes insufficient. If the undead begin to expand their own territory, the Forest of Dreams in the west and Night Rain City in the east will likely become the front lines of this war. Perhaps both sides will become quite lively. From a certain standpoint, not only was Halent's preparations correct, they would even play a critical role in the future. If the Bardi Empire prepared for a full-scale battle, Night Rain City would become the first line of defense against the undead's invasion. At that time, many contract warriors will probably join in on the fun. And on our side, the situation in the Forest of Dreams will change because of this. I doubted that the undead would have the courage to attack the Forest of Dreams at their current level. After all, even the undead emperors knew just how difficult it was to deal with a dimensional will. Surrounding the Forest of Dreams and not attacking was the best method. However, this didn't mean that the Forest of Dreams couldn't actively attack the undead. The Forest of Dreams wouldn't become a major problem for the undead empire. The undead would definitely transform the area around the dimensional door into their own defensive territory. Their only blind spot would probably be the Forest of Dreams, which was already an independent dimension. Not only that, the Forest of Dreams just happened to be an incredibly famous harbor. The side of the Forest of Dreams near the sea was an excellent harbor, and the Mage Country was on the other side of the sea. The Forest of Dreams would be the most natural front line. No matter if it was used to defend against the Bardi Empire or against possible undead attacks, the Mage Country would definitely send people here. Perhaps 2 long-term sea routes would even appear for adventurers who didn't belong to any faction in order to prevent them from coming and going. The Mage Country will definitely come. Perhaps they'll even bring several armies. And with such an absolutely safe base, it'll definitely attract many future point hunters. No matter if it was the Wood Spirit's birthplace or the Holy War's frontline, this place would soon become prosperous due to the influx of people. Perhaps it would even become one of the most prosperous cities in the entire world due to the war between the living and the undead. But as the frontline where the living and the undead fought, this place would definitely be filled with battles as well. It seemed that the Wood Spirits were destined to grow in battle. And speaking of the Holy War, my original target wasn't the undead that would suddenly descend. After all, even Ale himself wouldn't be able to predict the undead's arrival in time. My original target was the various elemental life forms that would awaken together with the elemental gods. The elemental life forms weren't particularly strong and would be suitable for training and novice adventurers. Eliminating them would also help to prevent the elemental tide from increasing, which would obviously be a good thing for the Holy War. Most importantly, the weaker novice monsters would strengthen the connection between the novice and ALS faction, establishing a basic level of trust. The closed beta adventurers who succeeded in obtaining rewards would become legends in the eyes of other adventurers, which would attract more novice adventurers and gradually expand the footman faction. The elemental lifeforms' bodies could even be used as materials to create magical items, which would help to recover the cost. That was why I strongly recommended the elemental lifeforms to be our primary targets in my report. But now that the undead had voluntarily entered our territory, it would be impossible to not count them in. Still, both Night Rain City and the Forest of Dreams had solid defenses. If we couldn't defeat the undead, we could always run. We would at least remember our losses. There probably wouldn't be any pitiful situation where novice adventurers met a final boss and died on the spot. The other major battlefield that had already been opened up was our old acquaintance, the Oro Empire's capital, Kajisi. The Sea Tribe there was currently engaged in a tug-of-war with the humans. The Sea Tribe worshipped Lady Storm, which was obviously the Chaos faction. This was a perfect example of how to fight in a real battle. Of course, when considering the Sea Tribe's combat strength in the water, it didn't seem to be any easier than the undead's defense line. Not having enough combat strength would basically be the same as committing suicide. I had previously mentioned this to Heloise, and she was more open-minded about it than I was. Danger. Only with high risk would there be high rewards. Otherwise, how could we possibly obtain the god's blessing? Besides, we're not babysitters. The warriors who dare to sign contracts with us are all adults who can take responsibility for themselves. You might think that our current enemies are dangerous, but won't our future enemies be even more dangerous? True warriors only need to kill their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Since we've already decided on an elimination system where we'll keep the strong and eliminate the weak, why are you hesitating? That's right. Since we're already fighting on the front lines for the God's blessing, it's not like we're commoners who haven't seen blood before. How could we possibly not be mentally prepared for this? From a certain standpoint, I had indeed underestimated the residents of this dimension. The environment here was different from the one in my previous world. Warriors who were adventurers had long since become different from commoners. Professional warriors who danced on the edge of a knife for a living would never rush onto the battlefield without any preparations. Reckless people who rushed into battle without even evaluating the enemy's strength would have long since died on the way. Rather than thinking about such things, it would be better to think about how to deal with this war between the three countries, which was bound to involve a tremendous amount of trouble. But it obviously wasn't my style to do nothing at all. Samantha, it seems that your mother will need to sleep for a while longer. However, there are still some things that you can do. Temperance Samantha was a wood spirit with bright red hair. She was the current leader of the wood spirits, as well as the oldest sister of the 7 virtues. However, the strange thing was that even though she was the incarnation of a rose that represented passion, she always had a cold expression and didn't speak much. Samantha was also of the rose genus like Rosa, and her appearance was extremely similar to Rosa's. It was as if they were identical twins. And for a long period of time, both of them had lived together with Amelia, so they had a deeper understanding of me. However, unlike Rosa, who was friendly yet timid, Samantha seemed to have a lot of opinions about me. Her expressionless face was considered good, while her scowl was normal. Speak. It's likely that you'll meet many visitors here soon. Most of their targets will be the undead. I hope that you can do 3 things. First, do your best to ensure that the visitors survive. Second, provide them with resources that attract them, such as fruits of the thick earth that can increase one's physique. Yep, you can exchange them for justice points or large amounts of gold coins, but make sure to limit the amount. Third, strengthen your communication with other species so that you can integrate into this world as quickly as possible. When it came to wealth, very few existences could compare to the dimensional ruler. This was just like how a small business couldn't compare to a bank. The former earned money, while the latter printed money. And the dimensional ruler was the one who printed money. Special fruits that could increase basic stats such as strength, agility, and constitution, as well as nectar that could recover stamina and mana, and antidote grass that could cure poison. I had already seen such miraculous items before. Perhaps there were alchemy substitutes for the latter too, but items like these that could completely change a person's basic stats and talent were incredibly precious. Just these local specialties alone would cause countless powerful individuals to risk their lives for the wood spirits. Of course, this wasn't completely limitless. Fruits that could permanently increase basic stats would require a large amount of resources from the forest in order to be produced. There was a limited number of such fruits, and Amelia's Forest of Dreams was only limited to fruits and plants. She could only buff or weaken the creatures that consumed the fruits. As the Holy War continued, it was likely that justice points would become even more valuable than gold coins. Perhaps the goddess of wealth would become even more powerful just by relying on this new concept of justice points and prosperous commerce. And this was only the beginning. I estimated that every single true god in the Ale faction would benefit from this mission. At the very least, I knew that every contract and every fair exchange would make the concept of contracts and the guardian god of contracts, Wumianzi, become even more powerful. And after Wumianzi's declaration, the number of devout believers in Wumianzi would increase day by day. Most of the other true gods were the same. This is destined to be a long battle. Don't let your brave warriors die in vain. This is also for your mother's sake. I wasn't lying. The blood, flesh, and souls of those who died in this land would become nourishment for the Forest of Dreams. As long as there were enough sacrifices for this bloody battle, not only would Amelia awaken, she would become even stronger than before. That was because, in a way, the entire Forest of Dreams was her physical body, and the wood spirits were all her symbiotes. Samantha nodded her head in agreement. I heaved a sigh of relief as I watched Samantha silently leave. This little brat's expression when she looked at me was far too vicious. The resentment and anger in her eyes made me feel uncomfortable, as if I really owed her something. Whenever I thought about how all these little brats had probably seen me in the past, I felt a mysterious sense of guilt, which made me feel like I was a bad father who hadn't paid their child's upbringing fees. Sister Samantha is so happy. It seems that she's really happy that father wants her to help him with something. Little Rosa jumped out to make fun of her older sister. What? That scowling face was actually happy? I was greatly shocked and hurriedly asked Rosa how she could tell. Father, you can't tell? Don't just look at my older sister's expressionless face. She's actually quite happy inside. Look at the vines behind my sister's head jumping up and down, just like a puppy's tail. Wah. All right then, vines suddenly reached down from the trees and tied up Rosa. But when I saw the blushing older sister not far away, I felt like I could understand what these little brats were thinking. Meanwhile, next to a small stream, the first man-made structure in the Forest of Dreams had just been completed. It was a small stone court that was only 400 or 500 square meters in size and had 7 or 8 rooms. However, there was an emblem of a scale placed in front of its door. That's right, this was the Church of Law's branch church and court in the Forest of Dreams. Apart from providing some justice points for future contract warriors to exchange for, it was also a place to spread the teachings of the God of Law. In fact, it was even a place for law job classes. As the divine concept of contracts became more and more complete, not only would traditional business transactions use contracts, adventuring partners and mercenary forces would also come to the Church of Law. Team contracts also became a bestseller. As the branch church of the Frontline Church, its first regional bishop would naturally be incredibly important. She was, Kolos, are you ready? Yep, those wood spirits are quite easy to communicate with. They also understand law quite quickly. I estimate that it won't be long before our church will have its first batch of wood spirit law job class members. She had a smile filled with happiness. Apart from the fact that she would be able to do her favorite work in the elves' favorite forest, it was even more because the wood spirits had agreed to help her create a special plant potion that would change her physical constitution. Alright then, everyone probably knew what that potion was. It would be nothing more than a plant version of the spring of a drowned man. This indeed matched the abilities of the Forest of Dreams. However, the rules had already been set. Even Kolos would have to earn justice points to exchange for this potion. And if she wanted to specifically research and develop this potion, she would probably have to pay an additional research fee, which would be quite a large sum. As I looked at Kolos, who was smiling brightly and busily going up and down, I didn't tell her the truth that would lower her morale. Reinforcements from the Church of Law will arrive soon. With your popularity in the Church of Law and your strange fan club, I feel that even if you're willing to spend 10,000 justice points to research and develop that potion, your colleagues will be willing to spend 30,000 justice points to stop your research and development. Even if you succeed in developing the spring of a drowned man, the Church of Law will have long since finished developing the spring of a drowned woman. Chapter 292. A white-winged, bird-shaped magical pet slowly descended with a long-awaited letter. It's finally here. The contents of the letter were quite simple. There were only 2 lines, it's done. The official invitation is included. Come early. The letter was a reply from my old classmate, Cade. I definitely had to go to the Mage Country's Cloud Tower, but I had to pay attention to how I would get there. Going by myself and being invited to the Mage Country's Cloud Tower were 2 completely different things. That was why I wrote Cade a letter not long ago and asked him to help me communicate with him. I revealed some information so that the Mage Country's Cloud Tower would officially send me an invitation. There were some things that I would need to discuss with the Truth Overseers. However, not only were there old friends, there were also many mortal enemies who wanted to kill me. It was necessary to have the identity of a diplomatic envoy in order to have an equal, peaceful, communication platform. Not only that, the identity of a diplomatic envoy was real. The wood spirits and the Forest of Dreams were definitely going to establish diplomatic relations with the Mage Country. Not only that, the envoy was an old acquaintance of mine. Rosa, Why are you the one going? What about your older sister? She doesn't want to go, so she left it to me. My younger sister Jill is the same. She said that we shouldn't look for her unless there's a war. I thought back to Samantha and Jill. Samantha cherished money like gold and had a poisonous tongue, while Jill seemed to be a battle maniac. Neither of them were suitable to be diplomatic envoys. In fact, little Rosa, who always had a smile on her face, was the most suitable one. When I first arrived here, Rosa was the one who personally received me. Her pure and cheerful smile was indeed a treasure of diplomacy, especially since all the people I came into contact with were old virgins, old antiques. It was quite obvious that old things had an instinctive love for young girls. This was a major advantage for me. I could already imagine what sort of commotion Rosa and the wood spirit would cause when they appeared on the streets of the Cloud Tower. Rosa's cute appearance, as well as the fact that an elder would have a preference for younger girls, was a normal aesthetic concept for any intelligent species. Not only that, their birth would easily win the favor of the mags, Amelia's daughters. No matter if the wood spirits were the creations of the famous Archmage Amelia of the Cloud Tower, in every sense of the word, or if they were simply the first intelligent species to be created by a mage in history, the wood spirits would always be loved and adored by the mags. Of course, the fact that they all appeared to be cute and lively little girls was also a bonus. For certain groups of people, this would be a huge bonus. What was wrong with being a pervert? A perpetually young wife is the dream of all men. Even if we ignored all these emotional factors and only considered national benefits, the mage country would not only want to establish diplomatic relations with the wood spirits, they would even want to form an alliance with them. Although the wood spirits didn't have a large population, they were a new species that consisted entirely of silver species. Both their current power level and future potential were astonishing. With the Holy War right around the corner, how could they possibly refuse such a powerful ally? Of course, it was possible that the wood spirits would also have the ambition to spy on the truth overseers. Not every truth overseer would only pursue the secrets of magic. In that case, it would be the wood spirits' turn to display sufficient power. That was why I wasn't in a rush at all. The wood spirits' first appearance in this world would be incredibly important. Rather than hurriedly showing up and causing others to look down on them, it would be better to arrogantly show up late and leave a lasting impression. The wood spirits also had the potential to catch the attention of the world. They were a rare silver species. This was no longer the ancient era when silver species were common. In this era of iron, which belonged to mortals, humans with the iron bloodline were the true masters of the world. The number of silver species in the world could be counted on one hand. The most common ones were probably the 4 major superior elves. However, the superior elves were basically royalty and nobles of the various kingdom of the elves, so their numbers were incredibly low. The only species that were relatively numerous were the dark elves, but they had weaknesses such as being afraid of light. Not only that, after the dark elves had fallen from night elves to dark elves, their racial abilities were overly focused on the mage job class, making them less suited to the other classes. Some people believed that the wood spirits could only be considered a relatively strong bronze bloodline. All wood spirits were silver species, and in the Forest of Dreams, they were upper silver. In fact, they could even reach the lower gold rank with the help of magical plants and strengthened outer shells. This was my judgment of the wood spirit's potential, and Ale agreed with my judgment. That was to say, in terms of the average potential of their species, the wood spirits were already at the peak of all species in the world. Perhaps this wasn't obvious enough, but it was quite easy to see just how terrifying the wood spirits were when compared to the other species' basic stats. Standard Beastman Berserker Template. Strength, 15, Agility, 8, Constitution, 12, Intelligence, 8, Main Stat, Strength. Racial Talent, Berserk. Only Beastmen, a powerful combat species, could obtain the evaluation of a bronze species. Their racial talents were also overly focused on strength. More than 90% of beastmen could only choose melee combat job classes. Standard Human Warrior Template. Strength, 12, Agility, 8, Constitution, 10, Intelligence, 10. Main Stat, Strength. Racial Talent, none. This was an even more pitiful standard human template. The only advantage they had was that their racial talents weren't too obvious. They could choose any job class and wouldn't be limited by their racial talents. However, their future development would depend entirely on themselves. Ordinary humans had no bloodline at all. As for the silver species, it was quite ridiculous. Most people viewed the beastmen, Northland's barbarians, dwarfs, and wild elves with the bronze bloodline as the limit of powerful combat species. However, there was actually another silver bloodline in the world that had always been overlooked, but was actually quite common: the giants. The most common mountain and forest giants would reach a height of 5 to 10 meters upon reaching adulthood. They would be considered a mid-silver-ranked species. Meanwhile, the stronger subspecies of the giants, such as the frost giants and flame giants, would all be at the upper silver-ranked species. The strongest subspecies of the giants, such as the cloud giants and lava giants, would all possess the racial talent of being able to control the elements upon reaching adulthood. They were also quite intelligent due to their natural talent in both magic and martial arts. They were a gold species capable of wrestling with dragons. Of course, there was also a tremendous difference in power level between the various dragon subspecies. The weakest white dragon would only be capable of melee combat before becoming an immemorial dragon. Their intelligence was no different from that of wild beasts. They were famous for being weak among the gold species. Meanwhile, the strongest dragons, such as the gold dragons and red dragons, would easily be capable of killing 3 white dragons of the same age. Rainbow dragons, power dragons, time dragons, and other legend-ranked dragons would be existences that even the gods would have to be careful when dealing with them. The strongest of the giants, the Titan giants, were said to be the creators of all giants. They were far weaker than ordinary giants. Nobody would object if the Titan giants were given the title of Double Diamond Bloodline. That was because the strongest of the Titan giants were capable of slaying gods. Fortunately, this world had long since stopped seeing the Titan giants. Of course, the legend-ranked dragons, which were equivalent to the Titan giants, were also virtually non-existent. According to historical records, the giants who rebelled against the gods during the immemorial Stone War were cursed by the god of wisdom, Kasatayago, to lose their intelligence. Naturally, they also lost all hope. The remaining giants who still possessed intelligence would usually hide away in some snowy mountain or the depths of magma. But I knew that as the Holy War continued, these giants wouldn't dare to be lonely. Standard Mountain Giant Warrior Model. Strength, 19, Agility, 10, Constitution, 20, Intelligence, 3, 10. Main stat, Strength. Racial talents, Earth Affinity, High-Speed Regeneration, Stone Skin Armor, Earthquake, Rare, Curse of Mental Retardation, Negative. From this, it could be seen that if it wasn't for the fact that the Titan giants had such low intelligence, their racial talents would be more than enough to crush all other species. The main reason why the Titan giants had always been treated as easy opponents, with 2 or 3 silver-ranked adventurers being able to easily defeat them, was because their intelligence was far too low. Not only would it be easy for the Titan giants to fall into all sorts of traps, it would also be impossible for them to improve their own abilities through job training. If the Titan giants could easily train in all sorts of martial arts, it was likely that an adult Titan warrior would be able to easily defeat a human gold rank. A Titan sword saint would be able to easily defeat a dragon slayer. Dragons wouldn't have been able to suppress the Aishi giants with only their racial talents. By the way, I should mention that at a certain historical moment, the fallen Titan giants returned the Titan giants' lost intelligence, making the Titan giants incredibly frightening. That expansion pack was called the Attack of 1.6 meters. Giants. Cough, I seem to have accidentally made fun of something again. Anyway, the wood spirits were also a silver species, so they didn't have the Titan giants' natural weaknesses. Their stats were also ridiculously high. Standard wood spirit model. Strength, 16, Agility, 14, Constitution, 12, Intelligence, 14. Racial talents, Soul Connection, Devour Evolution, Ironheart, Wrath Incarnation, Plant Communication, Forest Penetration, Merging with the Trees, Eternal Soul, limited to the Forest of Dreams, as Amelia's species, Their seemingly weak and petite bodies had combat talents comparable to the Titan giants. Their relatively high intelligence and spiritual power would allow them to easily become mags. Their average basic stats would allow them to choose their own path in the future just like humans. Even though the invitation letter was already in my hands, I wasn't in any hurry at all. We had the right to be late, and it would be far more effective to keep them in suspense. There's no rush. Let's help them build their foundations first. Amelia's first gift to the wood spirits was the virtue of modesty. She gave them the ability to learn and evolve. They could improve themselves through job classes and discover their own potential. Although this wasn't listed as a racial talent, it was the most important gift. But soon, I discovered that although their strength and agility stats were quite high, and their martial arts talent wasn't bad, they weren't suited for melee job classes. The reason? Actually, it was quite easy to understand. It was because they were 1.6 meters, no, 1.2 meters tall. Although I'm embarrassed to say this, it's best if you don't learn how to wield swords like others. If you really want to fight in melee, you can actually consider strengthening your outer shells. That's right, a tall and sturdy body would always be a natural talent for practicing martial arts. The wood spirit's short stature was a super fatal weakness for melee job classes. When both sides slashed at each other, the Beastman Sword Saint's whirlwind slash could kill 100 people in one go. A Titan's whirlwind slash could create a true windstorm that could easily kill 1,000 people. A wood spirit sword saint's whirlwind slash could cover a radius of 3 meters. It was likely that her short legs wouldn't be able to catch up to her even if all her opponents ran away. However, Amelia seemed to have already considered this point. Her magical plants and strengthened outer shells were doubtlessly excellent substitutes for melee job classes. The wood spirits wouldn't lack melee job classes in the future. On the other hand, the wood spirits were quite talented in magic. Mags were an astonishing 1% of the wood spirits. Back in the day, the mage country had even established a branch base in the elemental planes in order to find potential mags. If the mage country discovered the wood spirits' outstanding talent in magic, they would probably go crazy. However, the wood spirits were most suited for jobs related to the forest and nature. This was especially true for Druil's nature divine arts and the wood elves' nature magic. They seemed to be naturally suited for working as Druil and nature priests. Eaglestorm was overjoyed to meet so many good seedlings all at once. He busied himself with spreading his teachings all day long. But soon, I couldn't stand it anymore. I found an opportunity to stop him and viciously beat him up. You taught them that the safety of the forest is more important than humans, and humans are the pests of the world. That's fine with me tolerating the words of terrorists. After all, such words are quite popular among the wood spirits, so they're not completely wrong. But you actually dared to teach the Wild Bull faction that they don't wear any clothes. Do you really want to watch these little fellows run around naked in the forest so much? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? But that's our teachings. Didn't you say that as long as you don't violate the law, you can have freedom of religion? No, absolutely not. I'd rather have my head cut off and my blood flow, but my teachings won't change. Eaglestorm's face was swollen and bruised, but he still persisted in his beliefs. Fine, freedom. Anyone can teach them. I'll have Kolos teach them. No matter what, she's a great storm druil, and she's not any weaker than you. I acted like I was about to leave, but I was actually forcing him to give in. Based on my understanding of Kolos, her great storm druil was an elven inheritance. Her main talent was probably to summon storms. The druil hadn't learned any of the truly powerful nature and transformation divine arts. Meanwhile, Eaglestorm was a master in both transformation and nature divine arts. No, I'll change it. How about I change it to wood spirits are the children of nature, and plants are a part of their physical bodies. Wearing nature's leaves and vines as cover doesn't count as wearing clothes. This time, it was my turn to be astonished. This devout believer of mine actually changed his teachings so easily. You're not afraid that the other members of the Wild Bull faction will make trouble for you? They won't. I'm one of the founders of the Wild Bull faction, and I'm now a great druil of the Wild Bull faction. Then why don't you just change the human druil's ban on wearing clothes? That way, it'll be much easier for you to recruit new members. Absolutely not. That's the reason why I created the Wild Druil Sulphur Mountain Faction Alliance. It's precisely because I wanted to be openly naked that I had a falling out with the other great Druil. Heads can be cut off, blood can flow, but clothes can't be worn. I didn't know what to say anymore. So the so-called discord between the factions and the conflict of beliefs was all because of this guy's selfish desires. When it's just you guys, do whatever you want. But if you have to be naked in front of the little ones, or even teach them to be naked together, gentlemen, perverts, were all people who didn't fear death. I thought about it for quite a while, but I still couldn't think of what they were afraid of. In the end, I asked in a testing manner, "Are you afraid of becoming an animal and being locked up together with Beifeng?" Beifeng has been playing together with magical plants recently. I think he's been chasing after a 3-headed man-eating flower for the past 2 days. As long as he has a target, he'll be very single-minded for a short period of time. What do we have to be afraid of? I didn't know what to say anymore. I was even wondering why I hadn't heard any complaints about Beifeng despite how cute the wood spirits were. So it turned out that Beifeng had found a new hobby and invented a new way of playing. As expected, Beifeng's world was something that normal people like us couldn't understand. Also, Eaglestorm had such a deep understanding of Beifeng. As expected of gentlemen, perverts, it was indeed possible for them to understand each other. As expected of prison buddies who had stayed together in Sulphur Mountain City to pick up soap. I keep feeling like I've been scammed again. I remember that you Druil can also transform into a tree, right? It seems that as long as you imitate and get close to a creature to a certain degree, you'll be able to learn how to transform. I've noticed that you've been interacting with man-eating flowers recently as well. Please don't. I'll do as you say. All right then, the great Druil finally surrendered. However, I was still hesitating whether or not I should toss Beifeng out to feed to the undead so that he wouldn't lead the little ones astray. However, Beifeng soon gave me a pleasant surprise. Chapter 293. Great stone sculptor Ainslow and the others intend to live here? This was perhaps the most surprising suggestion. It seemed that the Earth Elemental Plane's Earth Elemental Lords would be able to satisfy his needs, so the Earth Elemental Lords suddenly requested to live here. I was talking about 7 existences at the Saint rank or higher, especially Ainslow. She even had the potential to become the ruler of the Earth Elemental Plane. She was definitely a powerful individual among powerful individuals. Since they suddenly requested to stay here, I naturally had to ask them about it. But first, I had to stop myself from smiling. Are you intending to live here as well? That's wonderful, what a pity. Yep, this was what made me happy. These 6 Earth Elemental Lords were all in this Draken's soul world. Since they were staying here, wouldn't this bastard be staying here as well? Although I felt apologetic towards the residents of this forest, since the wood spirits weren't in this bastard's hunting range, it didn't matter. No, my lord, only my siblings are staying here. I can't bear to part with you, always meeting strange species, so I'll follow you around, looking for food everywhere. Don't step on me. As I spoke, I intentionally hugged him, and then, you think I don't understand? That's what you get for purposefully disgusting me. After a long period of punching and kicking, I vented my anger before asking about the main matter. As it turned out, the Earth Elemental Lords felt that the environment here was quite suitable for them to live in. It was much more comfortable than the small world in my soul world, and they hoped to sign a guardian agreement with the will of the world. In exchange for their help, they would obtain the right to live here. According to the magic system of this world, the 4 major elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were the foundation of everything. Just like how ice magic was a derivative of water magic, the special nature magic that controlled plants was a derivative of earth magic. And this world filled with nature magic would definitely be beneficial to the Earth Elemental Lords. From a certain standpoint, it was naturally a good thing to be able to strengthen the Forest of Dreams' defenses. Only when the trees and the land that could move combined together would it become a living forest that could move. If the Earth Elemental Lords were willing to help, some of my ideas would become possible, and the defenses here would rapidly increase by several levels. But the problem was, are they reliable? Beifong, tell me the truth. Do you trust them? Leader Roland, although they are my sworn siblings, and Ainslow has indeed treated me well, I truly don't trust them at all. Since they were able to rebel against Amdaroken, it's normal for them to rebel against us in the future. Besides, Ainslow is quite ambitious. She wants to become the new Earth Elemental Goddess. From a certain standpoint, Beifong Heralt, who had been by my side since Sulphur Mountain City, could be considered one of my most trusted subordinates. Hearing him say this, I actually felt reassured. At the very least, Beifong knew what he was doing and was able to tell me about it, so he should be trustworthy. I had long since known that Ainslow and the other Earth Elemental Lords were untrustworthy. In a way, Ainslow had been forced to leave her home because of me. I wouldn't have trusted Ainslow if she didn't hold a grudge against me. At first, she didn't mention anything about it, but she became more and more obedient, which made me even more wary of her. Although Ainslow and the other Earth Elemental Lords weren't trustworthy, their abilities were far too useful for this forest. If I had their assistance as Earth Elemental Lords, the defense of this forest would be greatly improved. According to my expectations, the wood spirits wouldn't need to live on the ground at all. That place would be left for outsiders and magical plants. The wood spirits would also be the first line of defense against invaders. And since the wood spirits had the ability to communicate with plants, they could live on the divine trees that were so high up in the clouds, the official name for giant trees, and enjoy the fun of only I can hit you, but you can't hit me. Actually, the wood spirits were already moving as planned. Ropes had been set up between the divine trees, and in order to increase the speed at which they could move up and down, the wood spirits had even installed a rope elevator inside the hollow divine trees. Every day, countless wood spirits would be busy choosing their new homes and thinking of ways to decorate and make their homes less conspicuous. At the very least, no one would be able to see them from the ground. Once the decorations were complete, the wood spirits wouldn't need to appear on the ground at all. It could be said that if the wood spirits didn't want to see you, you wouldn't be able to find a single wood spirit even if you searched the entire forest. But just this alone wouldn't be enough. The wood spirits still needed a safe shelter and home. Ideally, there would also be a fixed market to trade with other species. It would be highly unsafe to place these core facilities on the open treetops. After all, if there was an aerial attack, the wood spirits would be able to hide among the trees, but the buildings wouldn't be able to move. Since it's impossible to fly, let's go underground. I had a deep impression of Amdaroken's underground labyrinth in Antoon, as well as his own underground city. A labyrinth that covered the entire forest, an underground world that only the wood spirits would know of. If the wood spirits truly built such a labyrinth, it would be impossible to do anything to the wood spirits even if we conquered this entire forest. Although I had already come up with a plan, and the magical plants were quite good at digging, it would still take years to complete. The amount of money and manpower required would also be astronomical. And even if it was completed, it would still be far inferior to the underground palaces of the Earth Elemental Lords, who were highly skilled at digging. At the very least, Amdaroken had been able to create such a large-scale underground labyrinth in Antoon in a short 1 or 2 months. Not only that, it was so sturdy and solid. I wouldn't be able to dig such a large underground labyrinth even if I had 10 years to do so. 6 of the 7 Earth Elemental Lords were Earth Elemental Lords. If we dug together, we should be able to far surpass Amdaroken, who wasn't at his peak condition. I even had the urge to revise my overly conservative plan and create an underground labyrinth with 999 levels to trap all potential invaders to death. For example, even though the exit was right in front of you, there was only a wall between you and it would take you half a month to go back. For example, even though there was only 999 levels, there was a sign at the entrance saying if you're a man, go down 1000 levels. That wasn't all. For example, as I walked, there would be an uphill path. Only when I walked up would I discover that I had accidentally returned to the first level, and there would even be a sign saying hero, please try again. Another example would be when I finally reached the last level after much difficulty searching for clues, only to discover that the item I was looking for was actually near the entrance to the first level. By the way, I should mention that Roland succeeded. In the distant future, That endless labyrinth filled with filthy traps and disgusting psychological warfare became the most hated place for adventurers. Roland was the creator of the phrase "only idiots would go to that labyrinth," and his name was cursed by countless people. Since my heart was boiling with creativity, Ainslow's offer to join my side could be said to be a timely help. However, such a top-secret project wasn't suitable for an outsider who didn't have my trust, nor was there a need to rush it. "All right, I accept." "Why wouldn't I?" I immediately agreed, but I was also considering how I should investigate Ainslow's true intentions. It would be best if she truly wanted to join my side, but if she had other intentions, I could deal with her as well. "How's the ship construction going?" "The Ivy League is just over 50% complete. The Mrs. modifications aren't going well. It'll probably take some more time." As I strolled through the forest and looked at the towering trees around me, I felt like I had transformed into a miniature human. Near the sea, the docks were already beginning to be constructed. It was obvious that the wood spirits would have to travel by water or air if they wanted to communicate with the outside world. Ships were a must. Since Amelia obviously didn't know how to build ships, it was only natural that the wood spirits didn't know how to either. That was why I gave them a copy of the airship construction technology. Of course, they didn't have the materials or craftsmen to build ships, but just like how I used undead materials, they could also use plant materials. It was just that the construction method was quite incomprehensible to outsiders. The 7-star battleship Ivy League was more than 300 meters long. The entire ship was like a gigantic log, but it was hollow inside. Its outer shell was far sturdier than ordinary steel. At this moment, the gigantic battleship had already begun further construction. Sails were made from large leaves, and ropes were made from roots. It was truly a wood spirit-style ship. If one only looked at its outer appearance, it would look like an ancient log. Most of its offensive equipment was hidden within the tree trunk. And actually, this was a tree, a living tree. It was one of the divine trees that had just been pulled out of the ground, Sky Pine Tree, named by Roland. Yes, this was definitely the most inconceivable construction technology. Their battleship had been planted, and this gigantic pine tree called Sky Pine Tree was the wood spirit's favorite place to live. Not only that, this particular tree had been specially made by the Forest of Dreams using a special method. Of course, apart from the Sky Pine Tree's Ivy League No. 1 airship, there was also primordial bamboo, supreme plum, and so on. Yep, this strange name was definitely a ridiculous Roland naming. This type of construction technology was far too convenient. If it wasn't for the fact that these inconceivably gigantic trees would automatically wither and die if they left the Forest of Dreams for too long, making it impossible for them to travel for long distances, I would have ordered several hundred of these divine wood battleships. They'll die if they don't return to the Forest of Dreams in half a year, and they'll weaken in 3 months. As expected, cheap goods don't come cheap. Their range of activity is probably limited to the nearby seas. Still, they're quite good as mobile defensive battleships. The other battleship that was currently being modified at the docks was the Mizza. They had obtained quite a lot of dragon skin from the 7-headed dragon. The dragon heart had already been transformed into the Mizza's backup engine, which happened to be made from the same materials as the Borealis. It could be directly assembled and strengthened using the same technology. Now that the Mizza was covered in dragon skin and dragon parts, it was becoming more and more similar to the Borealis. And now, the future plans for the Forest of Dreams had been completed. The Forest of Dreams was temporarily divided into 6 districts. The Wood Spirits residential district was filled with divine trees in the entire forest, connected by countless wooden bridges and hooks. It would also be the Wood Spirits main residential district in the future, but it would also likely be a forbidden place for outsiders. The docks would definitely be filled with all sorts of battleships, and the commercial district would be right next to the docks. It would become a gathering place for merchants from other species, and the Divine Church district would be where the gods' churches would be located. However, only the Law Gods Church of Stone was currently there. Of course, it would also become a service district for all sorts of matters related to the Holy War. The Central District would be prepared for future adventurers and residents. Although it was still an empty area right now, It would become the most bustling district in the future. There would also be all sorts of living facilities and public facilities. The underground district, which was still in the blueprint, was destined to become the Wood Spirit's exclusive property. We'll head out as soon as the Ivy League is ready. While I was patiently waiting, I unexpectedly met with an unexpected visitor. It was a messenger from Tucker's undead faction. They wanted to discuss something with me. Chapter 294. The place where I received Tucker's undead envoys was an empty area outside of the Forest of Dreams. Sometimes, diplomatic envoys were no different from spies. Even if many things weren't confidential, I didn't want them to see them. Halu the 12? That's a strange name. Your Majesty, we have our own way of naming things. Perhaps it's strange for other species to use it, but it represents our lives. The envoy was a vampire marquis. He was fair, handsome, tall. He wore ancient black formal attire and held a black cane. He spoke slowly and logically, but his grammar was rather outdated. Although he appeared quite young, he still seemed like an ancient noble. As for why he called me Your Majesty, it didn't seem like there was any hierarchy between us. Actually, it was just a respectful title that the undead used for semigod undead. It seemed that he had long since seen through me. Actually, I had long since realized that some things were difficult to hide from the observant. If I were an undead emperor who had been exiled from the Tark Empire, I would also be quite interested in this sole descendant of the current generation and try to obtain all of his information. Even though he was deep in enemy territory, the envoy, Halu the 12, still had an elegant demeanor. His well-practiced diplomatic language was filled with passion, and his actions revealed an elegance that only time could create. However, Halu the 12's etiquette was impeccable. In contrast, we were the ones who were lacking in manners. We didn't even allow him to enter the door, and instead had him sit on a random wooden stool. Just tell me directly what you're here for. I don't have time to play games with you. Even though I was being so rude, this undead marquis, who was at least a saint-ranked blood tribe member, still smiled and nodded slightly. That's right. We won't waste Your Majesty's time with such trifling matters. Apart from bringing greetings from the undead emperors, I truly do have some small matters that I'd like to ask Lady Greer. He wasn't looking for me, but was looking for Greer instead. I could pretty much guess what he wanted, and soon, he told me his goal, which proved my guess correct. Ally with the Shiluor Empire? From a certain standpoint, the Shiluor Empire, which was also an undead country, was the only possible ally of the Tark Republic in this world. Even though Greer seems unreliable in front of me, as the former 4th senator, after the 1st and 2nd senators were deposed and the 3rd senator Heloise disappeared, she is indeed the number 1 person under Omar. Even Lionheart, who has become the Prime Minister of the Empire, has to take her opinion seriously. I turned around to look at Greer, who was standing behind me. She glanced at me lightly before continuing to stand behind me with her head slightly lowered. It was obvious that she had passed the authority to me. Being able to talk to you personally is even better. Seeing this situation, Halu still had a smile on his face. He was not surprised in the slightest, as if he had already known this would happen. There was already a tacit understanding that something was going on. From a certain standpoint, the Shiluor Empire had already become the most important part of the Mist Alliance's future power map. It would be impossible to hide who truly stood behind the Shiluor Empire. But from a certain standpoint, this was also a diplomatic probe to see if the Shiluor Empire was still under Emperor Yongye's control. However, in front of a sly diplomatic veteran, Greer, who was used to thinking in terms of war, instantly revealed her true intentions. Ally. Do you think that's possible? It wasn't easy for the Northlands to accept the Shiluor Empire, and now that the Tark Republic was a dimensional invader, they were basically public enemy number 1. As an undead country, if the Tark Republic allied with the Tark Republic, they would likely be viewed as one of their own, and all the hard work they had done would go to waste. As old undead who have left their homeland for quite some time, we're quite fortunate to be able to see another undead country in our homeland. We're even more delighted to see that the Shiluor Empire has achieved a harmonious relationship with the living. We can understand how difficult it is for the Shiluor Empire to be surrounded by enemies from all over the world, but at the very least, We have a way to express our goodwill in order to preserve a seed of hope for the future. Haru's words were quite mystifying, making it difficult for me to understand. But to put it simply, he was expressing his attitude of even if business doesn't work out, we can't come to an agreement right now, so I'm here to try and improve our relationship. It would seem that Heilu was indeed an expert at diplomacy. From the moment we met, he didn't say anything stupid like we won't start a war with the wood spirits, nor did he say something stupid like we'll pretend that undead Emperor Aso's death never happened. Instead, he went straight to the point. His honesty actually gave me a good impression of him. After all, due to the unique geographical location of the Shiluo Empire, conflict between the wood spirits and the undead was inevitable. And the wood spirits definitely viewed undead Emperor Aso's death as no small matter, so it was only natural that they would blame it on us. Since conflict and even war between the wood spirits and the undead were inevitable, saying something like we won't start a war would be an insult to both our intellect. And it just so happened that many modern diplomats loved to play all sorts of tricks and lie through their teeth. Not only did they fail to fool their master, they even made him feel even more disgusted. But if it was only to express his goodwill to the undead, there would be no need for this vampire marquis to personally come here. I didn't ask any questions and simply sipped my tea in silence as I waited for him to speak. Finally, Heilu was unable to restrain himself any longer. His words contained a hint of disgust and disgust. Gracasio, as long as we have his head, our Tark Republic will be willing to pay a great price. We're even willing to give up this forest and the surrounding area. All right then, he should have guessed it long ago. This was the main problem. I could understand Gracasio's anger. For the greater good of the Tark Republic, Emperor Aso had chosen to sacrifice himself in front of a powerful enemy. This was also a warrior's honor. Insulting a powerful enemy would be the same as tainting Aso himself. Heilu was still able to show me sufficient respect. However, there was one type of person that would never be forgiven no matter what traitors. Gracasio had already received gifts from the various undead emperors. He had opened the path to becoming a semigod undead, which meant that it was time for Gracasio to fulfill his promise. The undead emperors hadn't placed too many restrictions on him, mainly because they trusted in his power level. The undead were the incarnation of stubbornness. All top-level undead had their own pride, and their power level was their best calling card. All top-level undead with stubbornness had their own pride and dignity. Semigod undead might be crazy, foolish, or despicable, but it was impossible for them not to have their own pride and principles. From a certain standpoint, this was the common understanding among the undead. But this time, the undead just happened to meet an exception. Perhaps Gracasio's stubbornness to begin with was the pursuit of immortality. As long as he could survive, he was willing to do anything. Although Gracasio's request seemed to be reasonable, I didn't even consider it and directly shook my head. There was no need to consider it from the very start. Heilu nodded as if he had expected this. We can understand that you want to protect Gracasio, but please tell him that we won't stop until he's dead. The day that he leaves this forest will be the day that he dies. Heilu's meaning was quite obvious. Although it wasn't an all-out war, as long as Gracasio appeared, he would be surrounded and killed. It was likely that the Tark undead were prepared to pay a tremendous price in order to fight against a myth-ranked bone dragon. You won't be able to do it. Mage, even if it's you, Your Majesty, don't underestimate our determination to seek justice for Emperor Aso, I rudely interrupted Heilu halfway through his sentence. After all, no matter what they said, no matter how tempting their promises were, it was already meaningless. Your vow to kill Gracasio has already failed. It's not that I'm protecting him, it's that he's not even in the Forest of Dreams right now. All right, in an instant, Heilu's handsome face contorted in disbelief. His expression of disbelief was quite creative. How is that possible? Isn't he under your protection? Where could he possibly go? No. He directly returned to Shiluo on the same day and even left a note behind. Your Majesty, I suddenly feel like my stomach isn't feeling well. Please allow me to return to the Shiluo Empire first and wait for your good news. Undead would actually have stomachaches. That's why, Heilu the 12th, in a way, I want to kill that sly old fox even more than you do. As long as you catch him, go ahead and beat him to death. Don't give me any face. How could that sly old fox Gricasio not know that the Tark Republic would never let him go? How could he possibly entrust his own safety to my protection? He unhesitatingly left a note after the battle ended. In order to avoid being ambushed, the Bone Dragon Lord, who was at the peak of myth rank, actually snuck into the sea at night to escape. That was shameless to the extreme. As for whether or not he would return to the Shilluor Empire, I felt that it was most likely the case. After all, that was the safest place right now. It would be nice to be under a large tree. Indeed, Gricasio was now relying on a large tree like me. Of course, just like in the past, he was an untrustworthy subordinate, a complete opportunist. That's why he escaped long ago. There's no meaning in telling me all this. Alright then, I was pleasantly surprised to see Halu the 12th's twisted expression as he left. Although I didn't know what to say about the process, from a certain standpoint, the relationship between the Tark Republic and Halu the 12th's was already set. At the very least, we would be enemies with the Tark Republic for quite a long period of time. As I watched Halu the 12th disappear into the horizon, I received an unexpected visitor. You want to hitch a ride? The Veggie Merchant Group was still in Night Rain City. Due to our existence, as well as the change in the situation, the Night Rain City officials didn't make things too difficult for them. However, it was quite uncomfortable for them to stay in an enemy country like this. That was why they requested to leave with us through the Dragon Night. I hesitated for a moment. I felt that I could accept such a favor. Perhaps I would even need their help in the future, so I agreed. Now that all the projects in the Forest of Dreams were on the right track, it was time to prepare to leave.